खुद ज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and deprived.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome and also a very good morning to all of you. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be your host for the inaugural edition of BW People Management, Leadership, and also the Strategy Summit. Today's summit, themed Innovating Leadership, Transforming Management in the Modern Era, will bring together thoughtful leaders, industry experts, and seasoned professionals in the field of executive education, management development, and also in specialized coaching with an intent to explore innovative approaches to leadership and also to development all across management functions, ensuring a unique and transformative learning experience. This event will also be followed by the BW People Exceptional Managers Awards ceremony with an aim to recognize and also honor the achievements of outstanding management professionals like you who have made significant contributions in this very field. BW People, a 6+ years old exclusive HR community of BW Businessworld, is pleased to welcome all of you to the BW People Management, Leadership, and also Strategy Summit, where we will have India's top HR leaders covering visionary ideas, best practices, cutting-edge insights, and also industry experiences in nurturing the right talent over the course of the human resource journey. BW People imparts the latest insights of erudite CEOs, corporate HRs, recruitment and staffing firms, HR tech providers, solution companies, government skilling organizations, and NGOs. This very community caters to freshers, job seekers, employers, employees, policymakers, service providers, and also each and every person related to the job market and the HR community. I please request our team to play the community AV to give us a sneak peek into the world of BW People. BW Businessworld, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and also the Editor-in-Chief of BW Businessworld and founder. Exchange for Media Group is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Businessworld is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. And with changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 24 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and also forums to facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and also create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself updated of all the developments, please subscribe to the BW Business World Group magazines. I promise you, it will add to your professional quest for knowledge and also insight. For all our attendees today, the exciting offers and the latest issue of BW People talks about the rise of green jobs, report on unlocking success, the why and what of employability skills, and also it lists the most influential women in HR, 40 young trailblazers driving HR functions, and more. And also you can check out the new issue of BW Business World, where the team decodes the 1.11 lakh crore rupees India marketing and ad sector, featuring exclusive interviews with WPP CEO Mark Reed and India country manager CVL Srinivas and more. For more details on the same, you can visit the team at the very registration counter where you got your band strong. Also, today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwpeople.in. Well, as you're about to flag off today's event, I encourage everybody to please join in the conversations and also share learnings from the day by using the hashtag I am exceptional. With that, may I please request the team to quickly show us today's event TV? I also take this moment to thank our partners for today, our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, The Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Weekly Magazine, and also Pitch. And now without further ado, let's move towards the welcome address. And to deliver the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Talis Rizvi, Director, BW People, and also of BW CFO World. Yes, please welcome, sir, everybody.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have run a little short of time. We are supposed to start at 11:05, but in between, I have to intervene and talk a little about the event. So this concept came into existence sometime last year. We have been doing a lot of events which were around, felicitating the leadership, mainly the CHROs and people who are taking the leads in various functions. So we thought, why not come up with a concept where we are also looking at the people who are managing the grassroots for us. So that is where the birth of exceptional managers took place. And today we'll be felicitating them in the evening. And to build managers and the leadership in the organization, it is very important that we nurture the talent, we groom them well, and that is where executive education comes into existence. So Aditya already spoke about it. So today we'll be talking about innovative leadership, transforming management in the modern era. And we would like to hear from everyone through the day. We'll be having leaderships from top companies in the country who will share that how they have been nurturing the management at their spaces. So with this, I would request Aditya to come back and take over the stage and start with the panels, as we are running a little short on time. Thanks a lot. Be there with us through the day. Thank you, Aditya.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Talis, for doing that. And now, as you mentioned, that we want to get back on track with our timings. So let's move ahead with the first panel discussion for today. It's on redefining leadership for the 21st century. And while they're going to be setting up the stage, I shall introduce our panelist for this one. Ms. Rani S. Roy, CHRO, Signify India Subcontinent, Signify Innovations India. Mr. Prashant Khullar, CHRO, Ecom Express. Ms. Ritika Mathur, Partner, GT. Mr. Shalin Manik, CHRO, Franzian India, ITEL, Techno, and Infinix Mobiles. And this one will be chaired by Ms. Resham Sohail, Editorial Lead, BW Disrupt. And also, Resham, if you are here, she is not. I can't see her. Can you? Oh, there, of course. I'm very bad at spotting beautiful ladies in a Resham. Sorry with that. Just a humble request to all our moderators for the day. Please make sure that you keep a check on the time. A humble request. Otherwise, the organizing team holds me responsible. I don't really know what to do. All I can do is just stand here clueless, sending small slips, which our moderators very happily send back. So it's better to announce. Also, I'd request all our members in the audience to please turn your mobile phones to silent mode, a humble request. Because a smaller hall, so any sort of talking or whispering that you do will be heard by the disturbance. Just a request. Okay, now with a collective round of applause, let's please welcome all our panelists and our moderator to the stage, please. Thank you.
Hello. Thanks, Aditya. Thank you so much. You've been always so kind. Lovely to see such great faces in the morning. I wasn't really prepared to do this one, but I'm always excited to listen to what leaders have to talk about. Now, when we look at HR leaders in our companies or other companies, the job role seems very comfortable, very flexible to others. But the fun, the flexibility comes with their own set of challenges, their own set of greater challenges. Now, in your opening remarks, I would want to know, how has leadership changed over the years? Now, we are kind of born with the rules of the classic rules of leadership. We kind of used to read the rules coming from Jack Welch, leaders, the other leaders across the globe. Now, in these years, these many years, the rules across the domains, across the sectors, across the departments in the organizations have changed, have transitioned. How have they transitioned really? What part of the rules, and how are you redefining it? So over the years, how have the leadership rules changed in your opening remarks? Anybody who would like to start?
Thank you so much. I think very interesting question. If you talk about rules, I'd say that, as has happened in a lot of our job roles, in leadership, rules have actually disappeared in a lot of ways, right? So we have now moved to more guidance-based roles rather than rules-based leadership. And that, I think, is kind of defining the way we are also looking at leadership and managing our teams across, right? Uh, I think one word that resonates with everybody across the domains, and therefore much more as leaders, is how we are creating ecosystems that allow flexibility and allow empowerment to teams, rather than really looking at, by the book kind of work. And therefore, leadership by definition, in my opinion and my experience, has gotten a lot more complex, because the kind of questions that come up now didn't really used to exist a few years back, right? So I think, if you ask me how the rules have changed, the definitions of rules is changing now in the ways that rules are kind of disappearing, as are very defined job roles.
Very true. In my domain of writing and doing my job, that's PW Disrupt. It's our startups community. I get to talk to a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of investors. In that culture, the culture of startups, the rules of organizations have really transformed, especially the culture, the skilling manner, the hiring processes. They have changed a lot. Now I know that there is a slight difference when we talk about MNCs, when we talk about India's large corporates, when we talk about startups, but we need to see a thread. The processes remain processes, right? We need to see the thread. What's coming from the edges will go on for the edges, but how the ways have been changed. We will touch upon how technology is coming into play, how we're looking at inclusivity, gender diversity. We will also talk about skilling, hiring processes. But given the broader sense of the panel, how are you looking at leadership changing?
Very interesting question. First of all, good morning, everyone. I think, about 25 years ago, when I started my career, uh, one wise person and one wise lady, a woman leader, who I still admire to the core, told me that leadership is really all about helping people express themselves, helping people be themselves. The transition, I think, in 25 years later, I've learned is, I think it's more important first to be yourself. Leadership, at one point of time, one felt that when you get into a role, when you take certain responsibility, there's a mask you need to put on, okay? Where there's a certain way you behave, there's a certain way you conduct yourself. I think much of that has disappeared, where today, for me, leadership starts first with vulnerability. Being vulnerable yourself, being who you are. You don't need to put on a mask. You don't need to show people someone you're not, okay? That's the only way you can help people express themselves and allow them to be themselves in the first place. Second, I think 2 decades ago, leaders emerged from a vast amount of knowledge. The more knowledge you had, the more experience you had, the wiser you were considered. I think much of that has disappeared. And what's more important today are leaders who are governed by a set of values, their behaviors, the way they approach not just people, but also situations, and how they are willing to take a step back and allow people to be in the forefront and let them take decisions with the assurance that I've got your back. Third, I think with change in technology, vulnerability, I personally as a leader feel that I remind myself every single day when I get up, I'm not half as good as the people who are working with me. They're far more knowledgeable. They have a much higher ability to take risks. At the same time, my job is to facilitate. My job is to allow them to express. My job is just to encourage, mentor, and more importantly than ever before, coach them.
Good one. Good, Prashant.
Thanks. Morning, everyone. Good to be here, and thank you for having me. I think I think the way leadership is changing is this whole definition of leadership, and that's what I quite openly talk about in organizations that I work for. Typical old school mentalities, leadership is with your number of years of experience and the roles that you've done. that define what you're doing. I think leadership is not dependent on the number of years of experience or the grade. It is about the characteristics and something that Prashant touched upon. I define leadership with three key metrics, and that's what I tell people. You could be a very young person, but you could still take the lead. So the colloquial term of leadership is, and hierarchy is not just the first thing that I always talk about is how are you taking decisions and how confident are you to be able to take decisions. And that's a very big word where you can't default it to anyone else. So empowerment comes with a lot of accountability. You have to be accountable for the decision that you have taken for yourself and the team. That I think is the first one. The second one, which I'm borrowing from Prashant and which I talk about always, is trust and authenticity. You know, how do you impart trust in and around yourself, and how are you authentically always having your team's back? And third, I think leadership is about being, being a, servant leadership is very common, but I think what I'm talking about is how can you be humble to accept the diversity of opinions without feeling challenged. So very important that you could be anywhere in the organization. The rules of top-down management, top-down, policies have changed to guidelines, to have changed to nudges. So, even the languages that organizations are using are getting different. So I think leadership in its colloquial term doesn't exist anymore. You could have a leader in a team here, the youngest person can take the lead because he or she is happy taking the decision, building trust, giving people the confidence to be themselves. So I think those would be very
Very true. But two things between two of you. You mentioned about witnessing different set of opinions. You mentioned about vulnerability. Very difficult for a leader. Very difficult for a leader. Charlene, you would like to
I
add
just
to-
wanted to add up one thing. Obviously, Prashant has said, and she's also mentioned. For me, leadership is leaders is not a role right now. It's basically a dynamic skills which evolves with times. So as and when organizations gone through unprecedented times, you will really require somebody who can really navigate you through that. And for that, it require effective leadership. So that's how the skills is required, and anybody who can perform and take the organization further. So it does not depend on that I am a leader, but I'm not able to do navigate the organization to the next level or maybe challenging times. You need somebody carrying that skill to really take you through. I think that's what the the new gen leadership is all about, that you found out that skill, somebody who can really take that through. So very, very important. Plus trust, all that is part. But today, somebody, a leader who can really understand the cultural intelligence is very, very important aspect of it. We talk about empathy, emotional intelligence, but the way the organizations are, the global organization, it is very, very important for the leaders to understand the cultural intelligence, because if you don't do that, many times you found out that you cannot become a global leader. So, and that could be clubbed with emotional intelligence, because obviously you need to understand people emotion, manage yourself well. You have to have your self-awareness and then understand others in order to provide solution, which is in the best possible way for the organization. So that part, I think there is a change in the leadership role, that cultural intelligence plays a significant role. In fact, in the organizations where we have a global presence, or maybe people with different cultural background. So that's my point on that.
Before we kind of close with these softer metrics, soft skills, or emotional quotient, I want to go hardcore on strategies where we can touch upon technology, where we can touch upon how are you upskilling. We can talk about inclusivity and diversity. Anybody who would like to take upon how technology across these segments, across the departments, how are you looking? I would like Prashant to take this up. In your organization, if I kind of push you to explain how are you looking at technology, not making it look so difficult for everybody, but imparting it all across. How are you looking at it?
Thank you. I think today, technology is not a choice really left anymore. It's
True.
something which is either learn to live with it or you're gone. And the first thing that comes to my mind when I talk about technology is simplicity. Uh, how do you keep it simple? How do you keep it relevant? Because uh, in the last 1 year that I've been with my organization, we're a 100,000 employee company, end-to-end logistics and supply chain, which is completely tech-driven. Very recently, we launched a product called Bullseye, Bulls AI, where automatically correcting addresses. You'd be surprised that, you know, we deliver couriers, parcels to your house. And our motto is, Har parcel mein jaan basti hai. Okay. So whilst there's an emotional quotient to it, a lot of our frontline employees used to come to us and tell us that our productivity is sometimes not to our own expectations. Forget the organization's expectations, because it's just impossible to figure out where I need to go, where is the address. And there are addresses, trust me, some Bavla Gaon, सरपंच के घर के आगे से 2 सड़क छोड़कर लाल मंदिर के पीछे वाली सड़क के पीछे आकर हमें फोन करिए. This is written on the envelope. Okay. And people used to feel that, how on earth am I supposed to address that? And we're a B2B company as well. So our customer, for example, is Flipkart. And Flipkart says, you did not deliver the parcel to the customer. So we came up with this technology, and that technology today autocorrects as far as possible. We deliver almost 15 lakh packets a day. I'm talking about 5 crore packets. So ours is a business which is moving the country every single day. But where did this idea come from? The idea came from a problem that was presented by your frontline employee. As leaders, what I'm trying to say is, we may benchmark, we may look at our competition, we may look at the world and say, this is what is happening and this is what we need to do. I think that really doesn't work. We may keep improvising, spending millions of dollars on technology, which people may find difficult to understand. All it takes is spend time with your people, understand what are the problems. The biggest job of any leader, with or without a title, is helping people solve problems. Customer problems, more than that, our employee problems. And if we listen to them, act on those problems, build technology that is helping them become more productive, helping them solve day-to-day problems, no matter what it is.
It's a win-win.
Yeah, I agree. I think, look, in this era where it's dominated by technology advancement, any organization who is not using technology definitely does not have a competitive advantage. And I'm sure the way businesses are, everybody wants to be in the race altogether. And digital transformation, I'm sure at every level of the organization they are into. Maybe some are only digitizing it, some are into digital transformation. It depends on the level that they are. But it is a must for all the organizations to get into it and get into it now. Because if you see, the 30% of the workforce right now are Gen Zs, and it is going to go up. And these guys are born with the tech spoon only, right? If you don't give them that advantage, I'm sure they will not be very keen. And as far as the organizations are concerned, businesses concerned, if you sit in the boardroom, all the big leaders want to deliver more with less. And especially people who are in human resources, you have that responsibility to make sure that you have a blend of people and technology put together in order to deliver results. So without technology advancement and putting the tech in place, you will not be able to. But I completely resonate with what Prashant has said, that it needs to be very simple, because generally people put technology during the rat race, right? But they need to put people at the center. Is it simple? People will accept it. How well they're going to really maneuver it, manage it, and accept it and adopt it. And then only they will use it. So there we make mistakes. And plus, technology will give you an advantage to give data-driven results. That is very, very important. Today, we all are sitting with humongous data, but how well we are analyzing it, processing it, and giving right inputs to the leaders, which all the leaders would want, because that is as a sanctity to give. So tech has the power to deliver all that, and which is why organizations are more and more into it. But my caution to all the organization, especially HR also, don't be into rat race. See where your organization is leveled and then introduce tech. Then only it will give you advantage. Otherwise, it is going to fall flat. I know many people, and sorry if anybody is from the government side, if you go to any government organization and we have people, senior people who have been managing, they said that any new thing comes, they introduce it. But half of the time, even they don't use it also. They're just spending money. What is the point of not using technology when you are not going to use it? So don't invest it just because everybody is doing it. So prudently use tech and it is going to give you the advantage. I think that's my take.
There can't be one size fits all, right? So yeah, I kind of agree with both of you, with Prashant and Charlene. Now coming to you, Ritika. Now we are seeing different kinds of culture across the organizations. I spoke about startups. Now, uh, from the ages over the period of time, we are seeing different set of skills, different set of challenges coming in for leaders, for employees all across. Now, this era of globalized culture in organization, how are you gelling with it? How are you liaising with it? And what are your comments on if you're observing any organization? It's not about only your organization, from a larger lens. How do you look at it?
No, I think a very interesting question. Specifically when we talk about globalized entities, we often fall into that trap of thinking of global organizations as one common entity, or rather one entity, right? Where the point is that these, even in a globalized scenario, the national boundaries, the cross-cultural identities still matter. And that makes the roles of leaders that much more complex, because you have to understand the nuances of what working across the borders, across these nationalities, across different languages, across different time zones really mean. And how do you aggregate your, or rather adapt your working style to be able to actually fit across these cross-cultural identities, but also aggregate some of the best practices, of the organization at a central level to be able to drive efficiency, right? That's very important, that striking that balance for leaders of adapting, but also aggregating is very important. I think 2, 3 things really stand out for leaders, which they really need to do, at least in my experience when we've been working with clients around it. One is, how is it that you are defining, but also more importantly, communicating a shared vision and a common goal across these organizations, right? Because unless and until all the employees across borders talk a similar language of what is it that we are together trying to achieve, it's very difficult to actually rally around, right, together. So identifying and more importantly, communicating a shared vision becomes of paramount importance. Secondly, also, how is it that you're defining your organizational structures, right? Organizational structures particularly become a very important point in large multinational organizations, because you want to keep a management, or rather a strong governance, while still creating a management agility. You don't want bottlenecks to get created, particularly, well, for example, you're working across time zones, right? You don't want very strong bottlenecks to get created, but you still want governance to happen. So how is it that you're aligning your teams to stay agile, how you're creating clarity in what the roles and responsibilities are, what your escalation matrix are, what your authority levels are? That becomes very important. And the third piece is, how is it that your systems are aligned? And systems, I'll go beyond just the tech part. That is, I think, hygiene now, like both Prashant and Charlene mentioned, right? Your technology, how the systems interact with each other is very important in these organizations, but also your people architecture. Your systems around how you are recruiting, what is the kind of skill set that you're bringing in, which aligns with these global methodologies and global practices. How is it that your performance management, for example, is aligned? Are you using very old school metrics which don't really apply to a global organization, or you're really evolving, you're really adapting? Those kind of things become very important. And I think as leaders, as both Charlene and Prashant also mentioned, contextualizing some of these practices to fit organizations across these national boundaries becomes very important. And that's why I mentioned in the beginning, that's where the leaders' roles are becoming a lot more complex now, because like you very rightly said, it's no one size fit all, even in the same organization.
True. Now, Irani, if you want to add to it before we jump on to the next one.
Yeah, I think one of the nuance that I see myself grappling with is the geopolitical environment of the global, entities. What's okay and what's happening in Israel. How are you reacting? How are you responding? And there are, in a global organization, I think that sensitivity is also something that's left to human resources at times, because people react with emotions. And the reality of setting up a culture of what is okay and what is not okay, given the emotional context of a very diverse workforce, is a new imperative that I have experienced in the last 4 or 5 years to grapple with. Otherwise we were very well cushioned within the boundaries of nationality and boundaries of what's okay. And I'll give you a small example of pay transparency. In the organization that I work for, Signify, which is as well Philips Lighting, US market has 100% pay transparency. Yeah, you declares compensation of every role, every individual. Bring it to India, and the first reaction is, lo and behold, how can you even do that? How can you think of that? So I'm giving you a very small tactical example of HR processes to how are we as an organization allowing our people to respond to something which is very close to their heart. So those nuances also in the cultural context become extremely important. Otherwise, we would just think system, process, people. And now there is this world that's opened up with all that's happening across the world. And very depressing, but that's the reality of how world responds and the political situation responds everywhere. Yeah.
True to that sense, in India's context, currently, even we can see people's reaction when the elections are going on.
Yeah.
So it's highly relevant that we get to see different reactions across the set of people we work with. Now, she mentioned about recruiting. Now, I would like to come to that part. The processes have changed. The processes have taken new shape. We talk about hiring, recruiting. Now you get to deal with Gen Zs, now alphas. So how are you looking at it? What has really changed? What have been your observations and experience like?
So I take great pride in saying that we hire a lot of Gen Zs, and that's one of our strategic priorities. How do we build a younger organization and build people from within? But, the hiring specs have completely gone through a metamorphosis. Earlier, we used to hire for tech. I'm not saying tech is not important, or knowledge. I'm not saying that's not important. But what resonates with Gen Z are primarily is what's the purpose of the organization. And I think Ritika touched upon it. What is the end objective? And I think most times what resonate, and if we go to campuses and I take a dipstick from the team to say what resonated most, what resonates most, and when the campus trains, and we have about 200, 250 joining us every year. If I ask them, what's the one thing that stayed with you? They talk about your purpose of brighter life, better world. I'm from Philips Lighting, so I'm talking about that, Signify. And then they say, we take pride in working for an organization which is next to sun, the biggest source of light next to sun. That's got nothing to do with our B2B or B2C business at all. But what these kids, I would like to call them kids, remember is that the purpose of the organization is brighter lives, better world. And we are working for an organization that's creating a sustainable planet. I think that resonates with them. The second thing that I think very important is, and Prashant talked about it, is the real sense of empowerment. I think how are you empowering them to take risks through projects? I'm not saying unstructured, but structurally give them experiences so that they feel empowered to be adding value to the organization. So connecting the purpose to their individual contribution is very important. Otherwise, you give them their KRAs and then they'll say, I don't know how it leads to brighter lives, better world. So, I need to contribute to that. And that was very important to join the dots to say your role here and this project will lead to this, which will lead to the purpose of the organization. Third thing, I think Gen Z is very, very high on continuous learning. I think our generation was very happy with a milestone. Oh, I have done an MBA. Oh, I am an engineer. Oh, I am this, I am that, I am a lawyer. I think this generation is never satiated with a degree. I think their idea is, how is an organization investing in me to be able to learn continuously? And I think that's important. I think it's just, a theory of evolution that these kids are thinking this way because that's where the world is moving. All of us need to evolve every day. So these three nuances, I think, are extremely important. And I know I just met a lady in the audience, sorry, I forget your name, but The other reality, which is a mindset shift for the colloquial leadership, is issues of well-being. You know, the issues of well-being are of much more prominence. Earlier, you know, we used to make policies around physical health. And they are passe. You know, mental health is real. So how are we creating, and we can stereotype a lot as leaders. Oh, you know, if she is not feeling well, she has mental health issues. God only knows what's this mental health. Work-life balance. I don't know how these kids don't work long hours. So our stereotyping is so high that we really need to understand where, you know, this generation is coming from. And I think one of the things that this generation is coming from is shared access to information. We never had that. So they have access to information. I think the stress that they go through is much higher than when we were capsuled. So very important that as you nurture these people, because we have an imperative to at least make sure that 80 to 85% of them stay with us and build careers with us, is to give them this ecosystem. So I know I went a little broad, but this is very close to my heart. And when I see them successful, it really gives me joy. So.
Good one. Now, the bit you mentioned about your vision, now children responded to that one. In my personal understanding, I really hold this part of leadership very critical, where you see the new joinees kind of not only knowing your vision, knowing your organization purpose, but breathing it, living it. And that's the core purpose of what you are bringing in the organization. Now, I'm coming to you, Shaleen. When we talk about organization and leadership in that, across the roles, across the departments, in your sense, in your understanding, what can be the 3 potential challenges for a leader to witness that is pretty tough to answer, to pretty tough to solve, but you get to confront those? What can be 3 potential challenges for you as a leader?
So as a leader, the first challenge, since the business becomes so dynamic, what is true today may not be true tomorrow. So how you are making your organization people the future ready is one of the biggest challenge for me as a people function leader, which means that how people are embracing learning, reskilling, upskilling on a regular basis. She talked about learning. That is the biggest aspect. There are people, because obviously you have a team mix in each functions, and you have people who've been in the system for 15 years, experience of 25. Their learning agility would not be that as much high as the Gen Zs. But in order to make sure that they also become future ready, there has to be a continuous learning, and how you're making sure that every single person contributing to the vision of the organization, growth of the organization, making sure is future ready is one of the biggest challenge that as a leader I have. And we are working towards it and making sure that every person around that is continuously moving forward and supporting that's first part. Also, pressure on top line and bottom line, it's extremely high. We may talk about good things, what HR is doing, what not, but at the end of the day, survival of the business is getting very, very difficult. Competition is fierce, and it's on us as well, making sure that the people that are working are contributing towards both on the top line and bottom line. So what are the potential policies, processes, practices that you are laying down to make sure that business is being supportive towards us? No more that we are only the counselors, providers to the CEOs, right? We are potential partners, and we almost contribute the same level with the other CXOs in the organization to be a great partner for the CEO. So that is second challenge. Third is obviously making sure that people continue to remain engaged and focused. It's very important. As I said, that there is a talent war. If I don't take care of my own family teams, that there's somebody who is definitely there for hunch, and we might lose good talent. So at the end of the day, she talked about well-being. He talked about various AI's interventions. Why are we doing that? We are making sure that every single person who is being part of my ecosystems would love to continue in that ecosystem and flourish, grow, aspire to get roles that they are expecting, and obviously get compensation, happiness around that. So talent retentions, growth, all that is important. So as of now, if you ask me, I can take it as my current priorities in the organization. I think these are the challenges, priorities that I am drilling down with. And obviously, I'm sure in their bits and pieces, it must be somewhere there. So for me, these are the 3 points.
Good to know. Now I'm coming to Ritika. Keep your response pretty short. These are the challenges Charlene talked about that comes his way, or from a broader lens, bird eye view he looks at. But what can be the 3 potential mistakes a leader can make?
I think one big piece that we spoke about earlier itself, right? So particularly for the younger population that comes in, the Gen Z population that we talk about, one big issue that happens is when they don't get really the big picture on what they are really expected to do, right? So when we keep metrics, particularly at entry level, very transactional, they only get to understand only a part of what they're doing, but not really the contribution that they're making in the bigger picture. And I think that leads to disengagement very quickly. And one of the, therefore, key things that we have, worked with clients on is creating impact-driven metrics, which really talk about how is it that they're focusing on outcome rather than just output. They don't care about spending 8 hours in the office. They care about actually creating value for the organization, and how that really talks about in their performance management. That is one big piece. The other thing which we often see is how oftentimes performance management is considered to be once in a year or twice in a year kind of process. And that, I think, is where we sort of miss the trick. The point is how performance management becomes a regular feedback loop. When is it that somebody is actually showcasing the interest in giving feedback and also taking feedback back with them on saying how is it that a career growth can be created for people here? It's not just about coming and doing their work and going back home. How is it that you're creating an ecosystem of growth for for the employees? That is what really helps in long-term retention. Once in a year or twice in a year performance feedback really does not work. And I think the third piece, which is a new age factor, but we have seen a lot of success in some of our clients, is talking about personalization of rewards. It's like you very rightly said in the beginning, one size fit all doesn't really work, and that is very applicable in across the rewards and recognition scenario as well. We have to understand at this point of time there are 3 different generations working in our workforce, right? And therefore the requirements and the motivation for each of these 3 generations is very different. How is it that you are actually able to generate value for somebody in your rewards and recognition program and able to personalize it at least to an extent where you're talking to these different demographics? That becomes very important, whether it is through long-term incentives for, let's say, the younger generation, which is coming in through rewards like ESOPs, etc., or bringing in value through profit sharing mechanisms. So there are different mechanisms available to us at this point of time. The success lies in understanding how do you contextualize it, and by breaking down your demographics to understand where it would fit in well.
Prashant mentioned an anecdote about a lady he admires. I admire a leader who doesn't really need an introduction, Shiva Kumar. And I really closely follow his post, his briefings and all. Recently, he mentioned about how CEO's role is being kind of dynamicize, or what should I use a word like that? So he mentioned about CEO is not about being a chief executive officer. He's also chief empathy officer. He's also chief energizing officer. He's also chief engaging officer. So a lot of responsibilities coming over. Now, Prashant, I want to in a simplified manner, want to understand you as a leader doing your 100%, right? Across the domains, across the challenges, across your own KRAs, doing the upskilling trainings, recruiting, you're always overseeing all the job roles. But what can be the metrics for a leader to kind of measuring your success as a leader?
Thank you.
Difficult one, huh?
I think it's a very interesting one because one thing which we all say is constant is change, and the way the world is changing. You would have heard how we've moved from a VUCA to a bunny world. Different topic for different discussion another day. But what it does mean is that, number one, I'll break this question into 2 parts, where one is the softer side metrics of how you're able to still inspire people. Okay, so I would look at more than engagement, experience of people. That how am I as a leader still relevant to a Gen Alpha, where the difference in experience is about 25 to 26 years. And what am I giving them as a reason to look up to me?
Very impressive.
Okay,
Very
that's
impressive.
number one, a metric that I would look at. Number two is how much of my knowledge. When I say knowledge, I purely mean wisdom learned through experiences. Otherwise, today, I see these young ladies and gentlemen sitting, they know far more because your access to technology, your ability to use technology and hunt down what you need is much faster than some of us, including starting with me. So my thing is, how do I, over the last 2 decades of experience, share that knowledge is another soft metric. At a harder metric, number one that I've implemented recently in my organization is I make sure that any of our CXOs, okay, including me, none of my KRAs flow down to my team. Shocking, isn't it? Usually, if attrition or retention or whatever engagement, and I send a message to my team, including the youngest person, that I am as responsible for contributing to the purpose of this company as you. And your collective work is not going to help me get a score at the end of the day. And I've made sure that every level of leadership, no KRAs are replicated in my company. Leaders must have their own individual. We go by the 3+1 rule, only 3 KRAs and 1 project. That defines 100%. And the 3 of my KRAs none of my team members are contributing to that. So that's a metric that I'm looking at in terms of that we treat each other as equals and that each of us is responsible for it. The second hard metric I'm looking at is how am I able to, we don't focus on attrition. I am only focusing on how am I able to retain the top talent in the company. Okay. And from where we're coming with an approach is really whatever it takes, excluding compensation. Okay, as simple as that. That money can't be the only lever for me to retain someone. Have I created the right culture? Have I created the right listening channels? More importantly, have I created the right opportunities, which means today, are my roles meteor? Are my roles something that inspire people to want to wake up in the morning and rush to work to get things done? These are things that, I'm
Wonderful. We are left with 1 minute. In 1 minute, 4 of you, I'm coming to you one by one. If I were to push you to give one leadership, what should I say, a lesson in addition to the classic rules of leadership, what would it be? One classic leadership rule you would like to add into the huge list of classic rules? Who would like to start?
As a leader, don't do things when you don't believe in. I think very, very important. You should only action upon when your heart goes out. I think that's what my philosophy, irrespective of what people say. As a leader, once I convince myself that this is the way it should be, then my entire approach, action goes into that. So I believe in this theory,
Good
and
one.
till now it's working out well for me.
Good one, Irani.
Be authentic and walk the talk.
Interesting. You all are on the same page, huh?
I think I'd say self-awareness is very important for a leader, because oftentimes when we reach a higher level, we forget what our, key challenges and what our strength areas are. So therefore, you need to be able to be self-aware to be able to bring out the best in yourself. Only then will you be able to actually bring out the best in your team. So self-awareness for me is paramount.
I think for me is take decisions, even if it's the wrong one. Not taking a decision is a sin.
Very interesting. I have a huge list of takeaways from this panel. I love this one. I must thank each of you for making time for this one. Thank you so much for joining us. Back to you, Aditya. In time.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. With that, we move ahead with our next panel discussion on the future of executive education and learning. And to share the views on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Lokesh Sharma, CHRO, National Commodities Management Services, Mr. Praveen Purohit, Deputy Group CHRO, Vedanta Group. Joining them is Seema Rekha, MD, Antarman, and this one will be chaired by Savi Khanna, correspondent, BW People. Let's please welcome them on the stage, everybody. Can we show some more love and energy for all of them, please? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. I would like to welcome all the panelists. Thank you for taking out your time and being here with us. Before we start the discussion, we can have a quick round of introductions about what you do, what your organization does, because we also have a lot of students here, so they can learn a bit more about you and your organizations. We'll start from Mr. Praveen.
Hello, I'm Praveen Purohit. I am the Deputy Group CHRO for Vedanta Group, which is into natural resources company. And we are producer of zinc, aluminum, copper, silver, all those commodity which generally you hear about, all those not so sexy kind of products. That's the something which we built for the country. And very glad that, we as an organization, 100,000 people, we work towards building nation agenda. We contribute about 1.5% to the GDP of the country, so on and so forth. But I think giving back to society is something which is very close and core to our heart. And that's what all the 100,000 people who are spread across 50, 70 locations, I think they enjoy the most. And we will talk more about it. The topic is very, very exciting. So looking forward to interact, learn from the panel and share some of the experience with all of you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sharma.
Hi, my name is Lokesh Sharma, and I represent here as a CHR for National Commodities Management Services Limited. We are among the largest service provider into the commodity management or post-harvest services management domain. We provide services, the warehousing, the silos, the testing and certifications across pan-India. We have a wing for agricultural consulting as well. So how NCML is basically helping the bone of the country, which we say the farmers, the industry, which is into the commodity managements, and that's about NCML. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Thanks, Avi, for having us here. I am Seema Rekha. I represent Antarman Consulting. We are a very unique kind of wellness solution organization. We provide end-to-end wellness solutions to larger organizations, primarily starting with designing wellness strategy, which includes even infrastructure and processes, and of course, wellness intervention. But we don't stop there. From the data we derive from wellness, we use that data for designing HR policy, specifically in learning and development and organizational change management.
Thank you so much, Ms. Seema. Now, coming back to the topic for this discussion is the future of executive education and learning. This is an era of constant disruption where we're seeing huge waves of digitization, globalization, the market dynamics, they're shifting every day. So there is a huge need for executives, for leaders to reskill themselves, to expand their knowledge base, and to also adapt to the emerging trends in the industry, right? Now, talking about trends, we'll keep the first question open to all the panelists. We'll start from you, Ms. Seema. What are some of the emerging trends according to you in executive education and learning?
I'll go back 15 years back, and I remember Ajim Premji said long back that, we don't have employable potential population in the country. And it was a very disheartening statement and hurting statement to educational institutions. But what he meant that most of the students are skilled. They have depth of knowledge. DOK is very high. But once it is coming to holistically working at workplace, that was pretty missing. And that employability quotient, sometimes once now we are looking at organization, this new generation is highly evolved. As some of the previous panelists said, we are working in a ecosystem where three different generations are working, so needs are different. But for sure, whenever we look at the pyramid of any organization, we have a set of people which fall into high potential, and most of the organizations, even schools, support them and help the bottom quartile. But there is in between, there is a hard choice, a large amount of employees which have skill, but they are not able to navigate through the right direction. And again, you further down, make another pyramid within this hard choices. You can again see that how you can upskill them and you can take them ahead. So this all jumbling of perception about the workplace, which is changing the narratives for so many new coming, generations. And this has been a consistent narrative that, corporate culture is not good and you are going to stuck in that. But trust me, organizations, we just heard, they are putting lot of effort. So this thought is, I think that is the key to break and entering in a workforce to contribute with a purpose and aligned with that purpose.
Very rightly said, Ms. Seema. Mr. Sharma, your thoughts?
So when we say the trends for executive leadership educations or development, the key trend comes in with the coming age AI and with the latest technological advancement. The world is becoming more and more global family. Now, the learning which comes in is not restricted to one geography or one specific institute or one place. The future for executive learning is expanding day by day. Now, with the coming age AI is when the assessments are there. Another trend which you can see in executive learning is that earlier there used to be a 2 years long MBA, 3 years long MBA. Now that is shrinking to a year, right? Executive MBAs. Apart from executive MBAs, you will find that there are a number of courses which are very short durations. Those are targeting to the specific audience. So the key trend which is coming out now is the customized learning experience for the folks who are looking for that specific one. That is coupled with the new age assessments, which helps in understanding the executive or the employee base, that which is the skill set or which is the competency wherein they need to grow. So that is specific bit size learning which is coming up now. Apart from the regular courses now, it's an year long learning, or it's a continuous learning experience which is being created and delivered and being exposed to employees. So the key trends, if I need to say, is more focus on customized learnings, bit-sized learnings, and the third one I'll say that it is assessment after learning and then relearning. That is something which is the future from my point.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Mr. Purohit?
No, I think I completely agree with what Lokesh and my panel member had said. See, we need to understand what executive education is all about, and I see many of our young folks are sitting here. See, believe me, any organization, you take any organization, whether it's a startup or mid-size or a kind of large organization, education is something which is the backbone. In case if we are looking at the growth of the organization, the growth can come only if you focus on something which sounds so conservative. I think executive education is something we all are hearing for last so many decades. आज भी वो टॉपिक चल रहा है. But the point is, the companies which have focused on these topics very, very seriously, time and again, they have grown like anything. Even today, you take Vedanta as an organization, we are about $30 billion+ company, but believe me, our focus on executive education is in depth. We believe अगर हमारे लोगों को आगे बढ़ना है तो उनको अपनी skills को upgrade करते रहना पड़ेगा. And for doing that, you will have to continuously learn something which is new trend. Can you believe आज से 10-20 साल पहले टेक्नोलॉजी और डिजिटल की बात कहाँ पे होती थी? But today, my management, my leaders, they come and say, I am giving you a budget of 100 crore for your L&D. Can you believe? That's the kind of amount we are talking about. That's the budget they are ready to give. Because they know, agar mere log, if they are not trained, if my people are not trained, my business ultimately will get affected, impacted. Customization is important. One size fit all is an outdated kind of thing. We all know everything. But kya kare? Kahin na kahin to we will have to strike a balance. Because I want my finance people, my HR, my commercial, my marketing, I want everybody to sit together so that they can, exchange the thoughts and share experience. But the problem is, when the executive session runs, if suppose the program is on finance, for example, finance wala is much equipped with basic fundamental knowledge of finance. So he might not take that much of interest, but that is much, much important for my commercial and HR person. Similarly, when there is a session on, let's say, leadership development, people development, this is something which is equally important for all. Digital and technology, you can't do away with that. Today, in case if you want to grow, that's the kind of what Lokesh was talking about. You need to equip your entire workforce to understand and appreciate what is going on in digital and technology. I'm not saying that we need to be master of this area. No. But do you have appreciation? Because I have about $20+ billion of investment coming up across all my 10 large businesses. And for that, I need people who understand and appreciate the basics. And for that, executive education is must, very, very important. And of course, the trend, the way you said the trends are emerging, we need to break our head. And can you believe, as we speak, I'm working along with some of the most top class premier institutes of the country, including couple of Ivy League colleges. And you won't believe, मेरा सबसे ज़्यादा टाइम किसमें जा रहा है? My time is going in designing the program. Execute करना बहुत easy है, कर लेंगे, 4 faculty आएंगे कर लेंगे, but I need to work along and bring all the stakeholders together in terms of designing the program. So that's the trend which is emerging. Are you able to design your program better so that the investment what you are making for 3 crore, 4 crore, executive education is not cheap, or I'm telling you, it's most expensive when you work with the top class institute. I can go on and on talking about it because I'm very pragmatic. End of the day, if I'm investing crores of rupees, I need outcome for the business. I want my executives to grow. I want my executive to move from this level to that level. Can these people take up the leadership role at the earliest? वो लेने को ready है. Whether my organization is ready to put them there. Do you have that platform? There are a lot of dots you need to connect so that you become kind of, emerging, you understand, you have value for money and lot many things. We will cover more, interesting things as we progress.
Right.
Over to you,
Very
Sham.
interesting that you mentioned that. Ms. Seema, you mentioned about a multi-generational workforce, where Ms. Irani also in the previous panel, she talked about the Gen Z, they want to continually adapt with the trends and they want to upskill themselves continually. Mr. Purohit, I want to ask you, for leadership development, do you see any kind of resistance from the C-suite level executives where towards executive learning, they don't want to change the style of working that they have been doing for so long, the way they handle their teams, the way they've used the technologies? Do you see any kind of resistance? Do you think that is a challenge?
I completely don't see that, to be honest with you, at least in the ecosystem where I am. आज की तारीख में everybody, you just raise one request of what you call that EOI. We are running this program, we are tying up with XYZ Institute. Any of you are interested? I am telling you, within fraction of minutes, your inbox will, get full. That's the kind of people are very eager. They want to participate. They want to learn irrespective of age. Believe me, that's the kind of changes I am seeing because they have understood. Even the people with experience, they have understood and they have started accepting it. If I want to become better in digital and technology, मुझे ये जो बंदा अभी IIT और IIM से आया उससे सीखना पड़ेगा. They are better than me, and I do that every day. I have many of the people, those who work with me, they are from Excel, Jamshedpur, and IIT and IIM, and I am very clear. I have surrendered myself. वो बोलते हैं ना कि आप surrender कर दो तो आपको सब कुछ मिल जाता है. तो मैं आते ही उनको सरेंडर कर देता हूँ कि आई एम गुड इन 1 2 3 बट आई एम नॉट गुड इन दिस एरिया and I would look forward to learning from you. And the same thing I am seeing, the people, those who are, and I will give you classic example for those, some of you might be experiencing this. The people, those who come from operation, जो हमारे COO होते हैं, or for that matter, the people, those who come from commercial background, they are not good in finance that much. They want to learn finance. They have eagerness कि मुझे finance better सीखना. How can I read balance sheet better? How can I contribute to P&L better? जब तक मैं समझूंगा नहीं, मैं contribute कैसे करूंगा? And they come forward. कुछ लोग ज्यादा करके लोग आ जाते हैं और बहुत कुछ लोग what you are saying is correct. They are hesitant. मैं कैसे आगे बढ़ के बोलूं I am not good in that. I am already so senior. But the point is, if you don't tell, when you participate in any competitive program for your elevation, the coach, the panel, they will put something in the report that the person is excellent, बहुत बढ़िया बंदा है, सब कुछ है, इसको थोड़ा P&L और फाइनेंस थोड़ा बेटर सीखना पड़ेगा. ऑपरेशन में he is excellent, but he is not good in marketing, commercial and people skill. You will get those kind of feedback, and those feedback becomes a kind of input for you when you run the program for executive education. But all in all, if you ask me, people are very excited. Everybody has understood that learning is something which can take them to the next level, and they want to be part of those learning things.
Great to know that. Mr. Sharma, you touched upon the aspect of technology transforming the management learning today. With generative AI, Meta coming into the space, so many new technologies are coming, even for people who are working remotely. What kind of technologies are you using at your organization? How do you think technology is transforming the learning process?
See, in today's working environment, or I say that organizational environment, learning is not something which is for a time being requirement. It's a continuous exercise and approach. So how it works out is basically that you need to run continuous assessments. You need to provide the learning opportunities. You need to provide the bit-sized learning to the workforce. Now, in my kind of organization, when we have presence over Pan India and our team size is very limited, which is at our different geographic locations. These are warehouses, so a maximum 2 or 3 team members who are available there. So to provide the learning opportunities to them, it's very difficult if you can arrange a face-to-face kind of sessions for them. And it's not practically feasible as well. So how we come out, or what is the best way to deal in this kind of situation is that you provide an online assessment for them and provide them a host of library of learning experiences, exposures, wherein they can equip themselves. And then again, these technologies are equipped themselves to assess them again after the learning, say after a week, after 10 days, after a month or 3 months. And if they feel that, okay, there is a evaluation which says that, okay, learning, again, we need to do the relearning for them, it's again available. More importantly, when I look into from a leadership point of view for these learning experiences, these learning interventions are linked with their quarterly assessments. As rightly said by my co-panelist, saying that when my leadership team, when their evaluation happens, right, their evaluations might be happening once in a year on a paper pen kind of situation. But the actual evaluation keeps continuing, right? So every month, every another quarter, when there is an operational review, when there is a business review, you tend to find out, okay, for this executive, these are the learning areas. For this executive, this is a new thing which this person should learn. Business is changing. As per my business, when my business is changing, I understand, okay, these are my team members wherein there is a learning gap, wherein we need to equip them with the right skill set. And in that, AI helps in. Because when you are continuously deploying the AI do the assessments, they find out the trends, they say that, okay, this is the new trend, this is the new challenge which we are facing out. We have rolled out certain new initiatives, and we get to know, okay, because of these challenges, these new initiatives are lagging behind. That's how we incorporate the learning programs for them. So in today's era, when AI is at the forefront, it is really helping out in understanding and shaping the learning. Now, you say that technology is bringing the platforms which can link your year-on-year performance trends with your training interventions and can assert saying how much this training has helped in improving the skill set or improving the growth perspectives for a specific individual. So these kind of interventions are something which really helps in identifying and then further customizing the learning piece for the teammates there.
Thank you. Speaking about customization, Ms. Seema, I want to ask you, today it is the world of inclusivity. Organization, it's their utmost priority to be inclusive. We have persons with disabilities working at, top levels of hierarchy. How do you customize? We also have people from, underrepresented. There might be language barriers as well. How do you customize different learning experience for executives, towards their different roles? How does that happen?
So definitely the first thing which we do for our client is understanding their need. And that is what sir said, that co-curation of that program is the crux of the success of that program, as execution is very, very easy. Now, once we coming with a diverse background people, the major challenge happens at organization is when organizational goals are not aligned with the employees' individual choices. And probably I am good at operations, but I want to learn more about the delivery. Whereas my skill set is not compliant with the delivery requirement. And this is a very, very core problem of ITES industry, where the population is very large. And if you look at the working of these organizations for years, it is just replica. And introducing AI and ML, again, it is data driven. Again, data is coming from the similar departments, similar situations. So data is also helping you to replicate something. So using data and ML intelligently is the key of designing a customized solution. The data, if you're replicating the same thing for the new coming or diverse population, it might don't give you the customized and helpful solution. So taking the structure from AI and machine learning is a great help, but probably your team might need different and you want to give them different. How to bridge that gap is lying at the leadership. How they will make us a solution or a program for their team member where their both needs are getting resolved, their personal needs also and their professional needs also. For example, I am into maybe software designing, but I want to learn about customer experience, which might not be the requirement of my employer right now. Then how to build that pipeline, how to build that career pathline for my employee is a responsibility on the leaders or on the leadership. So once you're planning a customized learning, first, very important, we have to go back to basics. The basic assessment what sir had suggested is understanding their learning style. Some of us might be falling into visual, some of us might be falling into audio visual, or some of us might be falling into auditory, and most of us fall into kinesthetic. So identifying your team members based on their learning style and then curating a solution gives a long lasting impact. And needless to say, these are retention strategy. A person who's getting satisfied, their intellectual needs are being fed at the workplace, their sense of belongingness with their workplace must be manifold than the people who are not feeling engaged, whatever the name we give, definition and many terminology, but ultimately we stick to any organization because of a deep sense of regard and deep sense of belongingness with the organization. And providing learning opportunity is the key to retain your people with you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Purohit, do you want to add something to that? How to make the learning process more inclusive?
So just moving away a bit from the executive education part of it, I think, you have very nicely said about how do we bring diversity, equity, and inclusion in the entire learning gamut. And I will tell you, this is one of the very strong pillar, at least in Vedanta. The way I said, 50 plus locations are focused in terms of promoting DEI is very much. And how we are gaining from this particular pillar, I will tell you. I hired 2,000 people from campus year on year. And I think I would be one of the largest recruiter in the manufacturing space when it comes to hiring people from IITs, IIMs and NITs and so on and so forth. I hire about hundreds of chartered accountants, hundreds of MBAs and engineers. So that's one part of it. And I will connect all the dots. Number two, as an organization, I have about 70 expats specialists working with me. When I say 70 expat and specialists, they come from 30 different nationalities. Can you believe 30 different nationalities working together in one geography, India, how much benefit they can give? And when I say that I have 2,000 people from campus, you won't believe they come from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. They come from the extreme northeast of the India to some of the minority colleges of the India. And then, of course, there are various other segments which make this particular. I have about 70 to 80 of transgenders who are working in shop floor, who are working in a kind of, some of the finest impactful role of the business. Transgenders, which we have never thought. Can you believe few years back, हम इस बारे में बात भी करते थे? And Shavi, when you include all these 2,000 people from that kind of geographies, 30 nationalities working together, when you have this strata of people, ये जब सब मिलते हैं, I am telling you, the learning what it generates for the organization is so impactful and so tremendous. I think that's the benefit we as an organization take and enjoy. And that's the reason our focus on innovation. Each of the location, each of the businesses, we tell how can we bring all these people together, create a cross-functional team and ask them to work on some specific project which can give them, of course, a lot of learning, but that can have a huge impact on my business, on my P&L. And I am telling you, those who come from IITs and IIMs and those new colleges, plus this 30, 40 year of experience specialist expats working along with them. And when you have a full blessings of management, that becomes a kind of magic what happens in the organization. That creates learning. But do you have, आपको platform देते हो क्या? Do you encourage that? Do you empower that in the organization? That's the crux. वो बहुत जरूरी है, because Shavi, the main point is, it's very easier said than done. ये करने में बहुत मेहनत लगती है. मैंने जो बोला है बोलने में बहुत easy लगता है, but when you want to make that happen on ground, when you have such a huge geography and ecosystem and hundreds and thousands of people, how do you make it happen? उसके लिए open-mindedness, positivity, blessings of leadership, everybody coming together, that plays very, very big role. And that is for me, is customization of program. Rather than, directly get into the content part of it. पहले वो ready करे, फिर content भी ready हो जाएगा मेरे लिए. I know I'm sounding bit different, but I think that's what gives the result at the end of the day.
Definitely, definitely. Thank you for sharing that. Vedanta is doing great in this space. Mr. Sharma, my next question to you is about collaborations. What role does collaborations with academia or let's say industry associations play in leadership development?
See, as briefly touched by Mr. Purohit, the academia and industry plays a very significant role when it comes to the executive learning programs, or in fact, for the learning programs itself. How it happens is that academia has the resources for research. They have the expertise into the teaching domain, whereas the industry has the practical exposure. When academia comes across different industries and find out that, okay, there is a different challenge faced by this industry, which is slightly different from another industry. Now they need to come sit on the same table, understand the challenges, design the solutions, the offerings, and then deliver onto it. Now, it could be a possibility that one program is something which is addressing the challenge for different industries. However, there could be industry-specific challenges or issues or the requirement. Now, it is very important for industry and academia to come together and find out those piecemeal solutions. Now you see, of late, industries are coming together and designing industry-specific or to be more focused organization-specific education programs. They include the academia in internship kind of opportunities. They say, okay, the 6 months internship is directly with the organization. Now, what is this 6 months directly internship with the organization? This is complete industry exposure. And in terms the industry is defining the curriculum for the academia, saying this is something which we need. That's how the talent is being developed. Regarding executive education, when we say, and the collaboration between industry and academia, there are a number of ways how industry and academy collaborates, whether it is sharing the case studies with the academia, whether giving live projects with the academia, or inviting their faculty members on a live challenge, saying these are the issues, live issues, let's bring together, let's sit on a table and find out what kind of possible solution could be. So it's very important aspect of a learning which is created by industry and academia.
Ms. Seema, do you have something to add to that?
Lokesh had already precisely said everything, but this collaboration is definitely very, very important. Learning from executive institutes definitely bring very diverse perspective, because the professors, though they coming from an academia background, but trust me, I have been in IIM Lucknow and I have been into their consulting cell for 4 years. And we have done several projects, one with international, labor organization, another could be with passport office, third could be with, simple, some large organization. So learning and then designing programs for our clients really has been very, very, um, very, very nurturing for our clients. Because at times, again, I might be repeating the same thing. In the same industry, best practices are being learned by us. We are sitting in these conferences and learning. I will give a very small example of my own organization. We support a very niche industry called trust and safety industry, which is for content moderation. So whatever the videos you watch in YouTube, TikTok, LinkedIn, or whatever the social media organization, there are moderators, many moderators who are moderating this content. This content might have adult content, child safety related content, of terrorism, too much of violence, disturbing, rapes, and whatnot. These kind of content impact these youngsters a lot. These are plain graduate people coming from moderate economic background and demographies, coming maybe the remote areas of the borderline villages of India. In that case, design, nobody knew this business 10 years back. It was a very new niche kind of requirement for particular industry, and evolving with the learning and providing a solution for them. It took us so many years. 5 years, we were just juggling with what should be there. Wellness intervention, okay, let's do the Zumba. They'll feel relaxed. But are we able to address their trauma, which they are getting through every day? Over the period of time, with research, we could design something called Wellness and Resiliency Studio, which is now again a best practice. For I feel very proud that we were the first one in the world who designed that, and now it is taken as globally, it is used as a best practices for content moderation. But again, is it sufficient? I really don't think so, because we are seeing content moderation again as a replica of any business process outsourcing. Probably the mindset, their operational requirement is very different from any chat process or call center process or something. So that, bringing that understanding through research and academia helps us to have that research. That really gives us, it saves the time, cost and efforts. And when two specialties come together as a corporate and academia, it really do wonders. And again, I'm repeating myself, once you put your employees in this learning journey, they remain with you, and they respect you for doing this part of, creating that learning space for them. So it is really a win-win situation for industry and for student, and needless to say, academia also.
Amazing. Thank you, Ms. Seema. Mr. Purohit, coming back to you, I want to ask you, just creating these learning experiences is not enough. Evaluating the progress of these initiatives is very important. So what could be some metrics or let's say indicators that help you evaluate the progress of these initiatives?
So I think again, this is a very classic question of ROI on whatever training you provide to people. And I think all L&D experts, they know much better than me. But I think the world has evolved. You do that ALP, what you call, action learning project, which I keep hearing from many of the consulting partners जिनके साथ मैं काम करता हूँ, we will run ALP program and that will help people to work on some business specific challenges and for them to come out with the results. And probably I think that's one of the finest thing which is working probably very well in the market and in the business. And yes, I keep seeing many of my cross functional team leaders, they work on ALP along with the cross team, and they deliver on some of the very impactful things. So I believe that is something which is very good. Apart from that, I think my way of looking at it is a bit different. What I would be doing is, and I generally do in my organization, once the people they undergo the program, whatever high impactful L&D program or the executive education you send them, uske baad mein put them into elevated role. Just give them higher role. Aap unko, put them into 1 notch, 2 notch, 3 notch better role. And ask, make the deliverable and KRIs very, very concrete and ask them to work on that. That gives them motivation, that gives them kind of energy, and that's what as an organization you want to see. If I have invested in you and if I see you as a kind of potential person, that's the reason you have gone into that kind of high impactful program. Now I want to put you into elevated and significantly higher role. मैं आपको वो opportunity देता हूँ, and believe me, in Vedanta I have seen 90% of the time, जिसको भी आपने elevated role में डाला है, after they undergo this kind of program, they have come out with a flying colors, invariably. So that's the kind of trust you need to show rather than only making them to work on a project. No, you need to elevate them. Grade change करो, promotion दो उनको, उनकी salary बढ़ाओ, उनकी incentive बढ़ाओ. You will have to tell them that, if you do this, your variable pay will increase. I think that's the kind of EOI or ROI you need to look for. That will give you different results altogether, rather than only whole thing ki pehle pre-test, post-test, this kick-practice model. All are good. All are good. Nothing is wrong. But you will have to come out with a very innovative thing, which end of the day impact your business. जो भी हम कर रहे हैं, we are doing it for 2 things. One, ultimately your business should grow. That's the reason you are investing in your people. Number 2, most important, your people should grow. ये दोनों चीजें होनी है. There is nothing called third thing. अगर ये आप कर रहे हो, I think you should feel very happy about what you are doing. That's my brief on it.
Thank you. Mr. Sharma, do you want to add something to that?
So when the point comes on evaluation or understanding the ROI on the learnings or executive programs, the key point comes that when the organizations are sponsoring any of executive education, or when they are creating an atmosphere or creating an work environment wherein these interventions are encouraged, right? The prime reason for it is the organizations want to see themselves as a premium organizations or growth-oriented organizations. And organizations' growth lies on their employees' growth. So once you're giving them a chance for an executive learning, it's very eminent for, or it's very necessary for an organization to give them that challenge to prove the learning out of it. And immediately after getting the education, if you're giving them that exposure, if you're giving them those responsibility to prove themselves, as Mr. Purohit says, 95 or I'll say 99% of the team mates will come out with flying colors, because it's the motivation behind the executive education, the new tricks which they are learning, the new skill set which they are learning through the executive education. They want to deploy it. They want to test it. And if you're not giving them that opportunity, you will not be able to evaluate the true potential. So if you need to evaluate the exact or true potential of these programs, you need to give or support the candidates or employees with the opportunities. And it should not be that, okay, you completed the program now and after 6 months or after a year, you will be given that opportunities. No, then you are wasting the talent. You should be given instant, and that's how you will be able to develop and map their productivity. You have all the tools available with you. You know their performances. You're doing quarterly, annual evaluations of the performances. You know how the business is running, what kind of responsibilities they were managing in the past. And believe me, give you them a chance, and then they will prove that what kind of ROI they can produce on these interventions. Moreover, nowadays, as the learning is very bit-sized or micro learning, which is available, so it's executive education is no longer which we say that, okay, 6 months or a year-long programs. Now it's very short span programs as well. And measuring their ROI is instant. You enroll them for a program and then instantly you give them a project and you see the impact. That's how you will be able to evaluate the ROI onto those learning programs or executive learnings, which we say.
Thank you, sir. Before closing the discussion, we have a lot of students sitting here. Do you have any questions for the leadership? You know, it's a great opportunity to ask questions. Anybody? No. All right, I'll take the closing remarks. You know, we have students here. We have the upcoming talent as well. What would be your last piece of advice for freshers today, you know, in terms of learning and upskilling?
मुझे एक दो पंक्तियां याद आ रही है. आई थिंक विकास दिव्यकृति, आई फॉलो हिम a lot, and in fact podcast could be a good medium. I think not only going to colleges or some program. Google is, the way our chairman Anil Agarwal says, laptop is a window to the world for you for learning. वो उसमें जाओ तो बहुत learning है. And he says क्यों डरे, जिंदगी में क्या होगा, कुछ नहीं होगा तो तजुर्बा होगा. So this is for student, कुछ ना कुछ तो करते रहो. Even if you miss something, you will end up learning. So that's the beauty of L&D. I think that's what, makes you better day by day. And I would encourage all of you, please invest in yourself, which is the most important. I think many of the executives I have seen over a period of time, things are changing, but बहुत कुछ देते हैं, अपने लिए कुछ नहीं करते हैं. So it's very important. End of the day, it's very important you self-architect yourself. Self-learning is very important. I am also part of the CLO Club, Chief Learning Officer of World Economic Forum, and we keep meeting all the global learning leaders, those who come from across the world from best of the companies. और वो उस मीटिंग में बता रहे थे, they were talking about the top 10 skills which will become very priority skills in 2027 and time to come. And out of that 10, one of the skill was self-awareness. Can you believe we never thought that self-awareness can become one of the so priority and important skills in time to come? So I think that's a kind of introspection point for all of us to think कि हमको कहाँ पे invest करना है.
Thank you, Mr. Purohit. Our time's up, but Ms. Seema, what would your last piece of advice would be for the students?
So for all new generation, I keep hearing from you people, हम सिर्फ 40 तक काम करेंगे और उसके बाद we'll take retirement. My love to you all. I know, then doing this, you will be hopping from one job to other to have, that salary hike and all. But don't get yourself retired after 40. The world need more intelligent people. So staying in mainstream is biggest challenge now these days. इस दुनिया में सबसे बड़ा hero common man होता है. And similarly, people who are surviving in organizations are no lesser than heroes. So we idealized with, somebody has done this, somebody has done that. But trust me, as you grow, you will you will not get impressed with these smaller stories, which are, very, very small part of their life. So stay in workforce, keep adding value. And last thing, whenever you feel safe and you think what decision I should take, always think whatever I am doing today, will it help my country to grow? And you will find your answers. There will be no, guidance from ethics or anything would be required. Keep your country ahead of you. Your decisions will be right for you too.
Thank you, Ms. Seema. Mr. Sharma, your closing remarks.
So as rightly put by Mr. Purohit, see, learning is something which is a lifelong journey. right? And one should not be dependent on the current organization or the opportunities provided by someone else. Your career is in your own hands, right? Today's the world is agile, right? Everything which you want to learn is available. It's just your wish or your motivation which should be there. If you're motivated to learn something new, if you are finding something challenging, please look up to your laptops or your digital screens. You'll find a solution, right? So that should be the motto. That should be the aim now, saying that okay, your career is in your hands. Please look forward, find out bit-sized learnings, find out the programs which are available, and it's something which is available at without cost as well. It's just your motivation which needs to be available, and that's it.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you so much. Aditya will kill me. I've gone way over time.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. And thank you so much, Savi, for doing that. Thank you. Thank you. Very quickly, moving ahead with our next panel discussion. It's on innovative strategies in management development programs. And to share the views on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Abhay Kapoor, Head, HR and Administration, Suzuki Motor Gujarat, Mr. Nitin Nahata, CHRO, Gamescraft, Mr. Sudeep Verma, Chief Enabler, VGain World, Ms. Sulbha Rai, CPO, Renew By, and this session will be chaired by Ms. Rima Baduri, Editorial Lead, BW Businessworld. Let's please welcome them to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, what happened? Was the last session that heavy, is it? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. A very good afternoon. So firstly, welcome to the event. And when we talk about the panel, when we talk about the discussion, our topic is innovative strategies in management development programs. And when we talk about that, we talk about, nurturing talent. We talk about new people, especially the youth who are incoming, who are the next leaders in the industry. Before we start the discussion, I would like everyone to give a big round of applause for our dear panelists. So, Sulbha, being the woman here, the woman in power, so when we talk about these management development programs, when we talk about, nurturing talent, how do you think does resilience and adaptability work in, nurturing the young talent or nurturing the next lead of emerging talents?
Both resilience and agility are nothing that can be taught in textbooks. And the real world teaches you, by experience. And when you talk about a management development program, etc., I believe this is very inert. This is something that comes, I say, aptitude can be developed, attitude cannot be. And that is a part of an attitude, how resilient you are to a situation, how agile you are, because I represent a world which is a startup world. And in my 7 years of experience of being in the startup, while we may have grown, we have still maintained that startup mentality, which means, and even Amazon, by the way, despite of being for so many years now, they say the day they come is that day one, right? So that's how they approach to every situation. And that's very similar in lot of progressive startups, because for us, we don't really plan for 5 years or 10 years. We plan for quarter for quarter. And that's where the lot of agility needs to come in, because you have to be flexible. The micro and the macro environment keeps changing a lot. And how are you adapting it? And how open are you in terms of
picking up the learnings. What's the external market doing and how does it impact your organization? So you have to continuously keep weighing all the pros and cons, the opportunities and the threat lies. And when you say resilience, it's all about, I mean, I prefer the word grit because, never giving up is most important. And times are tough. In those tough times, how do you, navigate yourself and take yourself and your organization to the next level? That's extremely important. So like I said, these are very inert abilities. One should definitely build upon them. And in the previous session where Praveen Purohit spoke about self-awareness, this is one kind of a self-awareness that people should develop on terms of how agile you are, how resilient you are to situations, to people, to decisions. So very, very critical skills to succeed.
Understood. Nitin, for you on this aspect, if I come to you, because you have been a part of both startup as well as a non-startup, how, in your head, how do you think resilience and adaptability can be cultivated in the emerging leaders, in the next set of leaders that we look into now?
Uh, so the first thing I would like to talk about is that startup is all about resilience and agility. Okay, because I have worked in two startups and have interacted with a couple of founders. One of the things is that there the business model or business plan gets pivoted maybe every two meetings or maybe every quarter, because they are trying to do things which have not been done in the past. Hence, you try and you fail fast and you learn from there. So, one of the things is that when you're getting people, the mindset has to be there because the work and the way you operate is so different from the traditional organizations. Because there you're not talking about growing by a double digit in a year, you're talking about probably doubling in a year or maybe three times, four times. And that mindset is there. The challenge is how effectively you are able to do it because many a times what happens in startups, opportunity of exposure, opportunity of try things, new things is always there. But the thing which often gets missed is, are you learning? You know, I have seen people, they end up saying, I have done 10 new things, okay, in 1 month, okay, to get to the result. The idea is, what have you learned from these 10 things? Very often this gets missed in a startup world because when we end up talking about agility, resilience, people say that, okay, quickly changing or pivoting your plan is a way of demonstrating agility. The idea is that learning in that is far more important to be agile rather than just changing. So I think our focus has always been in terms of how are you ensuring that whatever you're doing fast, but also learning fast from them. It's not about changing fast, it's about learning fast. And I think that has been the motto that we have in our organization because when we were, and one of the biggest problem that we have in startups is that the first time managers, because you grow very fast. When you grow, you have the domain expertise, but you don't know how to groom people. And for that, you have to cultivate that. And that's one thing where we have invested in ensuring, that grooming young leader requires a mindset which is very different, giving them time to think. And in some of the places, we have actually gone to the extent in terms of saying that, okay, after a quarter, the things that you have done and you have failed, what was that one learning that you've learned and how you've implemented? I think the focus towards that becomes very important because I think today, as someone was also talking in the earlier panel, uh, laptop is your window to the world. Yes. But when you have too much of knowledge, it always confuses you and you don't know what. The problem is not that knowledge is not available. The problem is you don't know what to implement when, the context and the depth of it. I think that's one thing from agility and resilience we need to understand. How are we imparting that depth to the people, emerging leaders, because that's very important. I mean, when I started my career, for me, okay, once you've joined an organization, you thought about, okay, I have to stay there for 3 years, 5 years, and then make a career out of it. But today, loyalty has also changed this dimension. I'm effective in the role, I will change the role every year. Organization has to keep me motivated. So I think these elements become very important when we start talking about agility and resilience from my stand.
Understood. So, very insightful actually. So we touched upon, resilience, we touched upon agility, adaptability. Sudeep, if I come to you on this, like there are so many aspects. Like when I speak to the leaders of the industry, the one thing that everyone keeps on saying is nurturing young talent. This is apparently my favorite word too. That how, when you speak to the new people, how do you innovate new strategies? Our, panel discussion is also about, innovating new strategies. What is your standpoint? Can you share an instance where you have seen an example of how innovation has, been a plant in the learning of nurturing talent?
Thanks, Rima. So, Rima, I'll take the liberty of using an analogy to kind of answer the question. Uh, so, be it professional life or personal life, many times you're presented with different roads, right? We are racing and there are different roads ahead of us. Goal is to get to the end of the road, but we are not able to decide which road to take because each road has its own pros and cons. And traditionally, many times we are all spending time innovating or trying to figure out which is the best road to take. But I have seen, and I'll use the word empowerment, be it in your own life or in professional life. We spend a lot of time trying to decide which road to take. And in the course, we spend a lot of time trying to prepare the car which we are going to drive. So you're adjusting the seat, painting the car, clearing the visor, and you feel that you're driving towards your goal. But be it professional life or personal life, a moving car is much easier to steer than the car which is not moving. Trust me, when you start driving, even if you're on the wrong road, you come back and start on the second road, you're better positioned to win that race versus somebody who hasn't started driving. So, Rima, to the question of what drives, I think it's just about start driving. Because in life, most of the time, what happens is when you start driving, it's not about whether you're on the right road or not. You are still better positioned to win if you are on the wrong road. But many times in life, what happens is you discover new routes. So innovation is not just about finding new ways of doing things. It's also about discovering. And there I see empowerment as the biggest tool to kind of move forward.
Have you seen any such instances where you have actually figured that, okay, this is where, when you talk about discoveries, have you seen a placement where you have innovated new strategies, like created new strategies, or you have witnessed, someone using some implementation or, some kind of budget being allocated? Do you see those things happening, to cultivate, the new talent into the industry? Motivate or empower as well.
So I'll use a personal example here. Early days in my career in city, young graduates out of college, uh, the the management decided to just empower all the functional heads with a budget, right? We were just managers and we were given $70,000. They said, your only objective or your mandate is you have to spend it. You cannot not spend it. And we went, I mean, humko bahut ajeeb lagta tha, new people, how come, such a. So we went about spending it. And what do you think happened in the first year? I mean, it was a disaster. I mean, the money went away and nothing happened. But when it came to the next year on repeating that, the management chose to do it again. But this time they said that, hey, look into what went wrong. Because we were spending a lot either too early or too late. And this time, that same empowerment to go and spend worked favorably for the organization. And we had fantastic results. So in brief, what I'm trying to drive is that empowerment to go and do it. At the same time, learn from what you have already done, and rather than taking away that liberty, allowed all of us to actually progress, prosper, and learn.
Understood. So what I understood out of it is that resilience, adaptability, agility, and innovation are all together and interdependent on each other. Got it. So, Mr. Abhay, When we talk about, with Maruti, Suzuki Motor, what happens is that, data has become a very crucial element in all sectors today. How does data analytics help in, making those informed decisions for leaders in this industry?
So when we particularly talk about the management development or learning and development function, I think that is something where you are responsible to drive the developmental energy in the organization. Okay, and where is the gap? What kind of gaps need to be filled up? What are the competency, skill, attitude, behavioral gaps you have in your organization? I think in analysis of entire ecosystem of learning and development in any organization, data helps a lot. So data as a process, but also as a competency, the developing the data analytics in your employees, so that how to interpret the data, how to analyze the data, how to take the informed decisions with the based on the data analytics. I think that is something which every organization needs, whether it's a startup or whether it's a mature organization. You need to develop that kind of competency in all your employees. So data definitely not only helps in taking the informed decision, but it also helps in identifying the way forward of your organization, aligning your strategic mission, your company objectives with the employees' objectives and their career goals, their succession planning, their performance and potential evaluation. So everywhere data is playing the key role. In addition to this, if we talk about use of data analytics in management development, I think how do we ensure that your core values of the organization, the strategic values and your core values are becoming part of the DNA of the organization. I think that is something which is very important. She touched upon the day one culture of Amazon. So the entire organization like Amazon has conceptualized from a garage about 30 years back. And today they talk and think the same way, the way they started. Am I audible now? Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So how do you drive that kind of a DNA? I think your leadership principles, your core values plays a very vital role in that. And how do you analyze that your DNA is percolating across the organization, across the geographies, in each and every individual is performing and behaving on day-to-day basis on the basis of the aligned to the leadership principles and core values. I think that is something which drives the organization, which keeps the organization sustainable. So these are my inputs. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
I mean, everybody understands the importance of data analytics, and as Abhay just mentioned, it's a core competency required for an organization. One should look at data not only in terms of the numbers, but what story they tell. Lot lies behind those numbers, and how are you looking at them objectively? Certain set of numbers will show a rosy picture where your top line or some matrix looks good, but when you really evaluate on the bottom line, are you really faring as good? So, and while of late I see data analytics has just become one key buzzword, and there's a different department that's being created. I totally believe not just looking at the numbers, but the analysis is very important in all the functions, be HR, be product, be operations, be sales, finance itself. I think everybody should be very savvy and have that analytical bend of mind, because ultimately being in the business and being whichever department one chooses to be, taking the right decisions, and it's no more about just your gut feeling. It's all about taking data-driven decisions, because lots is at stake. So everybody should develop that understanding. And just to contextualize in terms of in the development, management development programs, I think It is a very important core technical subject that everyone should understand. It's not important that you're very great in creating the spreadsheets, but having that understanding, having the eye for the detail, and picking up the right information is extremely important.
True, true. Nitin, your aspect on this, when we again talk about, in an era where data is massively exploded in today's date, how do you see? Because earlier people used to have data, but it wasn't of that importance that it is being given today. Everything is data driven. You can reach your audience or you can reach the people that you want through data. How do you think that this data and and analytics can help make the leaders make more informed decisions for the betterment of the organization and the culture?
Okay, I have a confession to make. First of all, yes, data analytics is the buzzword. Everybody is talking about it. But if I ask some of the people in the group, in the team, that how many of us have the entire employee records of people updated on HRIS? I
Eh.
think I have.
I was saying in the audience that any of them would have that. I'm doubtful, highly doubtful.
You know, the reality is I have worked in Tata Group, I have worked in Standard Chartered, HSBC, and startups. The problem continues to remain the same. Okay. Second point, you do a lot of data analytics, but what is the result coming out of it? You know, sometimes it also becomes a fact that we end up doing data analytics has to be done, because if I have made, as you were talking about spreadsheets, I have 20 data points. Too much of data analysis leads to paralysis. Okay. My simple point is, let's understand one thing. What are 2 or 3 important factors that impact your decision, and have data around that? Because when you have too many spreadsheets, too many data. So in data analytics, what's more important is to understand what are the factors which are very critical and go in depth of that. I have 20 data points. Okay. They're not leading to any outcome because many of the data points are conflicting in nature. If these 20 data points are something that have, say, from a impact perspective, the lowest impact on the outcome, and you have those 2 data points which you have not actually factored in, but have more than 50% impact on the outcome. Now, if you have not done that, what will be the outcome? So important here is that how are you keeping yourself focused on being effective and going into the depth? I think one of the problem in startups that we have is that you have too much data. I think as you were rightly talking, you have actual teams which are only working. A lot of people from IITs, Bits Pilani and everyone have been hired who end up doing Python, SQL, SQSS to take data decisions. Data science teams are there. But the real element is, one, are you focusing on the right metrics? And how are you ensuring the people out there are making sense of that data? Because context becomes very important in all of those things. I will give you a very simple example of data analytics. Okay. Japan GDP output and rain in India has a coefficient correlation of 1. What does it mean? It means that whenever it rains or whenever there's a high rain in India, GDP outcome in Japan, from data standpoint, it's a very right data and nobody can challenge it. But the point is that, are they correlated from a standpoint of context? I think that is one element we all forget, because context and depth of understanding around what 2 variables you are adding and you're managing becomes very important. So this is my personal feeling. When we start talking about data analytics, I think focusing on what limited but depth becomes very important.
I actually, that line of yours is stuck in my head, that with data analytics, too much data can lead to paralysis. So, understood. Your point's fully taken. When, since we are talking about these strategies, since we are talking about these management, development programs, Sulpa, if I come to you, like, what do you think, according to you, is the role of strategic thinking when we bring out, out in the public, that how does it help? in, strategizing and making the talent that you are, working with? What role does it has in making it a better in the organization?
So again, strategic thinking is a very big buzzword and spoken a lot about. Uh, but in the business context, and that comes from my own personal experience of working with the Big Four and being an entrepreneur and now with a startup, is strategic thinking is all about thinking on the feet, looking at all the variables and understanding the impact of those variables and then taking the decisions. It doesn't work going with the wave. Oh, this kind of businesses are working, or this kind of skill set is hot. Let's have people, or let's invest here. I think what works best for you, for your organization, for your people, and if you're able to make sense of all of that, that's really the strategic thinking. And I had once written that it's not about just having just a plan. Strategic thinking is all about having plan A, B, C, D, E, because you have to think 10 steps ahead. Because in the current world, when the variables are so many, and any one of you who invest in stock market, you can keep watching the stocks going up and down. So there is so much of a variability, and within so much of speed and variability, if you're making the right decisions, that is what strategic thinking is. If you're able to think ahead of your time, of your peer group, and if you're able to evaluate more options, that's what strategic thinking is, and it's extremely important in today's world, in today's business, and it is applicable to all kinds of businesses, not just new age or old age, everything. So your clarity of thoughts, your ability to evaluate options, your ability to weigh the risk and then take calculated risk, all of this is part of strategic thinking and extremely important skill.
So how do you think, how much is it relevant or how much apt is it in this modern or in this contemporary management development program training?
Very important.
That how much, what is the process that, if you can, let us go through it, that what is the process of that strategic thinking in today's contemporary world? Because where everything is naturally changing, we are at a different aspect altogether when we come to a post-pandemic era. How important or how crucial is the role of strategic thinking?
It's extremely important, like I said, and new age, all kind of businesses. How do you do that? I think, like I said, understand the variables impacting your business, your environment, understand the risk associated with each of them, plan ahead. Something will work, something will not work. Things are very dynamic. And if you can think ahead, what could be the, social, economic, political scenarios, what will impact, a particular government doesn't come, wins with the majority, doesn't win with the majority. So many things. I mean, you have to be aware of the environment in which you are operating, apply that lens of logical thinking, and like I said, evaluating risk, and then you come to decisions. And like I said, not just plan A, B, C, D. That's really that's the process that one should follow to be able to apply strategic thinking at workplace.
Understood. Sudeep, your thoughts or your comments on how or what is the role of strategic thinking in today's modern era?
Rima, it's ironical that as a coach, many times we are given a mandate by the stakeholders. Boss, for these guys, I want them to be strategic thinkers. And trust me, I have no clue how to get somebody to start thinking strategically. I think the key word is thinking. And I'll again choose to use an analogy. COVID time, my daughter, I have a young daughter, and a schooling was happening. And because of COVID, I get to see what's happening or what is being taught. So here it's morning time, and the teacher says, today I'm going to take a quiz. So my daughter is superbly excited that, Papa, quiz. And you don't prompt, I'm going to answer. And I'm quietly observing, and what the teacher does is she flashes on the screen 4 geometrical figures, basically a cuboid, a cone, a cube, and a cylinder. And here I am preempting that, hey, now what is the question which will get asked? Probably what is the name of the shape? How many sides does it have? which has got the largest area. Because I remember when I was in school, those were the questions which were asked, and I was very well preparing myself that, hey, this is the question which is going to come. But surprisingly, when the teacher asked the question, that was not the question which was asked. The question she asked was, hey, which shape can you roll? Which shape can you stack? Which shape can you slide? And when you say strategic thinking, I think here's the key. It is about thinking, and it is not about knowing.
Understood. Mr. Abhay, when he spoke about his example of how, you know, with a personal example, how there were things to learn and how there were things to unlearn. What was being done maybe 20, 30 years ago is changing drastically, to be honest. How do you see in nurturing these young talents from where you were earlier when you used to see, for example, when we used to see boomers, we used to see millennials, they were still working. But when we come to Gen Z, they need a work-life balance. They are looking forward to, where they are ready to work hard, but they also need their own time. How do you see this evolution of continuous change?
Change we can imagine, but frankly speaking, if I take my example, when I was doing MBA in my college about 30 years back, and whatever we thought, maybe at our very wild thinking that things will change like this will happen. But in reality, believe me, things have happened much more faster, much more advanced, and beyond imagination. So sitting here, if I talk about how things will change in next 20 years, 30 years, how the millennials will look like, and what will be the challenges for the millennial when they enter into the middle age, it's very difficult to forecast. But one thing which we have understood over a period of time, that you have to develop your resilience, you have to be agile, you have to take as it is and work on that and move next forward. Don't look backward, look forward only. I think these are a couple of things which today's millennial or Gen Z needs to understand and move fast without any thinking, and look the present and future as a very optimistic. I think these are a couple of things which I feel that the young leaders, the young generation need to focus on.
I have a very different view. When we say that the young generation is looking for 9 to 6 job, is not true. Work-life balance, I think it's all a function of what is the ambition of an individual. Let's take an example of Oyo founder or Zepto founder, 24, 25. I've literally seen them working 18 hours, 20 hours. Okay. There are examples from the past. So more than making it a generational issue, I think it becomes very important for us to help an individual realize that you have a choice to work 9 to 6. You have a choice to work 18 hours, whatever you want to do, because everything has an outcome. I can't be thinking that, okay, I want to be a founder, or someone was saying that I want to retire at the age of 40, but I only want to work 9 to 5 job, and I want lots of money and lots of, wealth. It is not possible. I mean, be realistic about the outcomes that you want. If you are okay to only invest that much, let's understand it's a competitive world. Okay. If you are not there, someone else is trying to do your job. Hence, it's a choice you're making. There's nothing wrong in choosing a 9 to 5 job, but then be mindful what is the outcome you're going to get out of it, right? Because competition always, I remember when I was I passed out, and 89% you could get admissions in SRCC. Today, 89% won't get you admission in any of the decent colleges in Delhi. Competition has gone up. So people have to be realistic about it. And I think when COVID ended, right, 2022, we are a product and a SaaS company, tech company. We were the first ones to ask people to come to office. And that was the time when some of the big companies like Meesho and Swiggy and all that, work from home is the new reality. You don't need to come to office. We'll meet once a quarter at Goa, we'll party. The reality is that today almost every company is realizing the cost of work from home on the individual's learning. I'll give you an example. Today you have a conference or you have a Google Meet. You have 5 people in the room and 5 people are on Google Meet, and most of them have their cameras off. If you are anchoring the meeting, you will realize after 10 minutes you have to nudge yourself. Oh, people on the call, do you have anything to say or talk? And you will imagine that half of them will not contribute. Now, let me how is this hybrid working or working flexibility from home helping the organization or the individual from learning? Because you're not there in front, I won't even consider you to be there because I'm only seeing 5 people in front of me. So all of these at the end of the day is choice that you end up making, and even when you say okay, work from home is a reality, it is a reality. But for certain rules, if I'm in a cross-functional team, a cross-functional ever-evolving problem statement I'm solving, you can't afford 2 people to be there. So I think some of these things are very contextual in nature and only relevant to a certain point. We can't make a larger than life story around it and say that, okay, the younger generation doesn't want to work. Yes, they want work-life balance. They want priorities, but at the same time, they are also should be mindful of what are their ambitions. You can't affect 9 to 5 job when you're only wanting to retire at 35 with a villa or going to Miami or something. It can't happen.
Understood, understood. On on that thought, we have 38 seconds left. So I would like to, open it for the audience. If anyone has any questions to ask, our panel would be more than happy to answer them if there are any questions. Okay, there aren't. Okay, okay, you have, yeah.
If we are efficient enough to do the job, we can do in an hour also. We can do our work in hour also, or we can do in 9 to 6 job also, or 18 hours. So it depends totally on how efficient we are. And we can earn lots of money in age of 35 also.
Absolutely, you can. But you have to understand that when you work in a team and when you work in an organization, you often work in a team or where your inputs and collaboration and problem solving is required. I may want to work 1 hour, yes. If you are an algo trader, if you're office trader, yes, you can work for 1 hour and make tons and tons of money. But I think the point here is very simple. If you want to make a career and you want to do it, yes, the choice is that 9 to 6 job is effective. Whatever you get out of it, yes, because it's a very, very competitive world. If you're not, someone else is doing, and an organization, I'm not saying that it becomes a criteria for you that if you're working 9 to 6, you will not grow, you will grow. But if there are better talent, if they are better contributors, they will get. It cannot become a yardstick that 9 to 6 is a criteria for not selecting you. But I'm saying outcome is. But when you work in a team, it becomes very important for you to understand that the 1 hour that you are available, maybe others are not available.
You're right.
Driving becomes very important. Thank you. Thank you all our dear panelists. Our time is up. And thank you so much for the lovely audience to hear us out. Hope you had an insightful session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. I hit. That's her in-house PAPS. But thank you so much. Thank you. I always say this from food for thought. It's now time for food for your stomachs. It's 1:30. Let's try and be back here by 2 so that we can start with the next panel discussion then. Thank you. Please enjoy your lunch.
चेक चेक थोड़ा कानपुरा माइक में लगाइए ना, माइक के पास थोड़ा देर। हाँ जी। दीजिए। फूले फूले ढोले ढोले, नहीं हम तान वोकल चेक कर रहे हैं। तानपुरा थोड़ा दीजिए, तानपुरा दीजिए थोड़ा। गाहे की बारी दुबार। हाँ, जो कहीं कुकिंग का रोल करें। टूटिनी हिलोलो तोले कलोले चुलिया जाए, पीको की बा कुंजे कुंजे कुहू 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 गाए, की जानी किशेरो लागे प्राण करे हाय हाय। तबला वॉल्यूम बढ़ाइए। फूले फूले ढोले ढोले बोहे की बारी दुबार। वोकल्स में थोड़ा रिवर्ब दीजिए। तबला माइक साउंड बढ़ाइए थोड़ा। तबला का साउंड मॉनिटर में बढ़ाइए। तबला का साउंड मॉनिटर में बढ़ाइए।
बाहर तो ठीक है, मॉनिटर
बाहर नहीं, मॉनिटर में। तो फिर वॉल्यूम बढ़ाइए तबले का। तबला का वॉल्यूम बढ़ाइए। आप हमसे इंस्ट्रक्शन लीजिए अबाउट साउंड प्लीज। फूल फूल भंवरा डोले मन में गूंजे तेरी याद। वायलिन में रिवर्ब वगैरह दिया है? रिवर्ब चेक चेक। Bohe kiba, ye banks and brains so bonny dun. How can you sing so fresh and fair? A very good evening to all of you. Oh my God, क्या कर रहे हैं? क्या हो गया? इतना कैसे बढ़ गया? भैया ये वायलिन एक्यूस्टिक है, आप डबल ऐसे आप ऐसे पुश नहीं कर सकते हो। कैसे इतना बढ़ गया कैसे? अपने आप तो नहीं बढ़ेगा ना, ब्लास्ट हो जाएगा। एक एक लेवल और बढ़ाइए, वन लेवल और, वन बस। नहीं नहीं, आप फिर हाफ कर दिया। जो हमने साउंड चेक पे फिक्स किया आप उसको चेंज मत करो, अभी दोबारा करना पड़ेगा। पुट ऑन द वायलिन अगेन, तबला अगेन। वन लेवल बढ़ाइए, बिकॉज फुल हो जाएगा हॉल तो फिर। कीजिए, कानपुरा बहुत लाउड है, एक लेवल कम कीजिए। हाँ यस, नहीं नहीं इतना नहीं। हाँ दिस इज फाइन, फाइन। वक्रतुंड महाकाया सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ कुर्मे देवा सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। थैंक यू। आपका नाम? साउंड में जो साउंड मेन हैंडल करेंगे, आपका नाम? कमल जी। तो आपने लंच करेंगे ना अभी, तो सेशन के टाइम पूरा आप रहेंगे 3:30 बजे? ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच। यू कैन पुट ऑफ, और ये स्टेज से हटा सकते हैं अभी।
Hello. Oh, welcome back, everybody. If any of your colleagues or friends or the ones who were sitting beside you before lunch, if they are still outside, can you please request them to come inside so we can start now in the next 2 minutes? Thank you. Hello. May I please request everybody to settle down so we can start now? First questions first. Everybody had lunch? Yes? No? Yes? By a show of hands. Right hand if you've had lunch. For all the ones waving, I think you've had just kuch zyada hi meetha. You're super happy, huh? But okay. Now that you've all had lunch, sort of regained your energy, I believe you'll welcome our next set of panelists with a much more rounder and a warmer applause. Our next panel is on specialized coaching, personalizing leadership development. And to share the views on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Deo Kumar Pandey, Country People Director, Head of HR North India, Ms. Soumya Sandalia, Head of People Business Partner, Ericsson, Mr. Srinivas Reddy, P, SVP, and Head of Human Resources, Pristine Care. And this session will be chaired by Mr. Ved Shukla, Founder and CEO of Milomart and also advisor to BW Retail World. Please, let's welcome them. And also a slight change to make this panel more interesting. We are being joined by another panelist. Let's also welcome Mr. Harshvardhan, the CEO of BW Security World. Please. A little warmer, no? And rounder and louder, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think the session after lunch are sometimes sleepy, so difficult ones. But the thing is that, if you pay attention, the topic is very, very interesting. And I have my privilege to have very established leaders with me on the panel. Mr. Harsh was the CEO for Group 4 Securitas, and I was just talking to him. When he was the CEO, there were 120,000 employees in G4S. Soumya is a very accomplished leader with Ericsson, and I'll not tell her designation right now. That's there, but I'll tell you. And Dev is again HR director, but now the nomenclatures have changed. I've got to know, right? So earlier there was an HR department. Today also there is an HR department. So we were just chatting outside and we realized that HR department doesn't exist anymore because humans are not considered resources anymore. And I was sharing with Harshji that, earlier, from a very crude example, you see resources as your raw materials, as your, other things which you use to produce your products or services. Or services is different. Yeah, but so raw materials are placed in a corner and whenever they are required, they are used. That's it. So humans will also probably consider that ठीक है, एक department एक cabin दे दिया उधर रख दिया, ठीक है. But now, thankfully, people are realizing, and the organizations and the leaders are realizing that people are people. They're not resources. So that's why I think the starting of the death of HR as a department is coming. Okay, so that's why you see Soumya, she's head of people business partner. Okay, head of people business partner, not a head of resources. Dev is country people director. Okay, we have qualified it as head of HR still, but I think over a period of time, this will also vanish. So He's with Knauf India. It's a German organization which is into building material. Soma is with Ericsson. So my first question to all the panelists is that, which was I was asking outside also, that how is the specialized coaching evolving within the organizations per se, and how the leadership development is getting personalized. Dev.
Thanks, Ved, and welcome to all the attendees. And it's a privilege to be here. A very interesting topic, and we were talking outside also, and we touched upon that now in India, the buzzword is coaching. Why the buzzword is coaching? Because now development has started being seen as a personal interest. That if I'll have people who are 360-degree developed, we would be in safe hands. So that's why. So now it is becoming buzzword, but most of you can correlate. If I ask a small question, how many of you have been taught cycling by your parents? Can you please raise your hand? Okay, it means not all can cycle. Okay, you must have realized that this coaching is today evolved in jargons in management. However, when you felt from the cycle first time and you decided I will never ride it again, your parent held the cycle from behind and said, I'm holding it. Why don't you drive it? Why don't you ride it? Actually, he was not holding. And you are riding it with a confidence that somebody is holding it from behind. So coaching concept is also originated from our own ancestors. However, now techniques have been, advanced, and this has become more relevant for all of us. So it is evolved and buzzword today, but a long way to go when we all of us start talking and understanding what is coaching, how is coaching, and why it is important, why it is required. So we have to go long way, and we will talk today about this as time permits. Yes.
I think Dave, right? So there is a confusion here. On my right is Dave, on my left is Ved. So I was just saying outside that I might get confused with two of you because both of you almost sound the
It
same.
is like they was walking with Vedas.
You know what? Dave gave a very good example. And what I want to hit upon is coaching is all about self-awareness, self-acceptance, and self-responsibility. You know, when he said that when you fell down and you looked forward for the support, your father said that he will be at the back and you can still go ahead and bicycle. Actually, the father did not support you. And you still had that confidence and you realized, and that's where you moved into it. So coaching in today's, and especially in corporate organization, it is just used very layman, coaching and mentoring and training. But trust me, coaching is very different from training or mentoring. Coaching is all about asking yourself the right questions. It's not about telling. Nobody will come and tell us what you're supposed to do. You have to evolve from yourself.
Thanks very much. I will not be able to comment upon mentoring, coaching, and whatever others. Let me explain to you that I have been 30 years as CEO in my company where 130,000 people were there. Not a single employee left. It's a big statement. Not a single employee left. And 7 years, not a single employee left. And I'll come back to what we were doing. Second thing I like to say that I may be one of the few persons who has worked every time in a different company. Technical, I'm non-engineer, but I put up India's first waste to energy plant. By saying this, I can't do alone anything. It means I would have done with my employees, my colleagues, right thing, and they would have supported me to achieve this. First thing I would say, any leader should be not having an ego, and you learn from your colleagues. Very, very technical subjects, IT subjects, yes, you need training, etc., etc. But when you involve people, when I ask the ideas of you, all of you, then it becomes our project and we are successful, It's not an easy statement to say 130,000 people. Not a single left, The reason is my boss used to ask me, are you sending their birthday cards, signing every card, Are you speaking to them, If you interact with your colleagues and involve them in the whole project, then you are also including your training, you are also including your mentorship and whatever words you may. The second thing, how can a non-engineer be in an engineering firm? How can a person who doesn't smoke has been in charge of the largest cigarette company, A leader should be ready to listen to his colleagues. Reverse mentoring should take place. It is not that I have been to a college and I am your senior. That doesn't work in today's context, You have to involve everyone. People will make mistake. You will make mistake, even if you are a CEO or a managing director or anything, whatever position you hold, So far the human resources, or call it by people management function, give it any terminology, is to take the people along, And you should be able to hear what they say. Don't dismiss. Encourage them to speak and involve them. Then only you will get their best out of them,
Thank you. Yeah. So we'll talk about all your experiences, and it would be a very good learning for us from you. So going forward, the first question which comes to my mind is there was always a need for self-awareness to people, but as you said that it's just evolving now, it's coming in, it's the buzzword. So what has changed? I mean, why coaching was not in the forefront 10 years back, 15 years back, 20 years back, and now? Why the organizations have suddenly realized the need for personalized coaching? Dev.
See, a need has been always there. However, as human, as a people, as we evolved, we continued experimenting on different ways of learning techniques, different ways of developing techniques, where it is, and when we talk about coaching, I can see a couple of GL Bajaj kids also here. Manju Khatri ji is very close to me, so give my regards. So when we started thinking about coaching, it became one of the imperative that first of all, coaching is not meant for everyone. Now you cannot say that everybody sitting in this room can undergo a coaching. So need came when a person started, achieving the miles of success and achieved the success. Then also there is some need the person, need to practice. So coaching came in picture for people who are almost experts, not the one who are beginners. So this is a new way of, helping people who have reached to a success, to a level. And as I was talking to you, that under the lamp, there is a shadow. The bigger the lamp is, the bigger the shadow is. Now, who can go and tell the bigger lamp? And when I say bigger lamp, bigger leader, biggest leader, somebody coming and telling me, hey, Dev, I want to develop you. I said, what more you will develop me? I'm head of HR. He said, no, there are certain things you are not able to see. So I will accept that I have not been able to see. And then this need has been evolving.
Thank you so much, Soumya.
Okay, I think I'll just add on to what Ved said. Dev, sorry.
Go ahead, it's okay.
I, yeah, once you say it, it actually happens. So I think there are three reasons why coaching has evolved. First of all, we have moved from a traditional ways of working. Leadership style is now not limited to giving instructions. Gen Z, they will not accept it. So it's about co-creating and learning. It's a disruptive world. It's a VUCA world. It's a digital age that we are going. So how does coaching help the leaders to come and transition in the changing environment and unleash the fresh energy, the commitment, and the innovation. That's number one. Number two, as you move up the ladder, and it's a known fact, it's a lonely affair. The CXOs of the world, they have a complete different set of challenges. It's not about communication. It's not about decision making. It's about power dynamics that happens. It's about organizational dynamics that is they are struggling with. It's about aligning the team to the values of the organization. It's about how do I grow my company? Where do I make the profit? Where do I put my bet? It's a complete different set of challenges that they have. So having a deeper understanding of their self-awareness, the coach actually helps in the transition. It just helps in the transition to take those decisions and be able to cope with it. So that's number two. And number three, and this is my view, effective leadership comes with specialized coaching, which is more through self-awareness. So if you are self-aware, you will be able to take self-informed decisions. When you take self-informed decisions, you will also be able to lead with authenticity. So for me, these are the three major reasons why coaching is now. And we have a very good example, or rather I'll take it up later. Go ahead.
Yeah, please. Thank you. Thank you, Soumya. Thank you. Harji, you've seen the organizations evolve, you've seen decades of corporate culture. So
First of all, answering your question, any leader, I would say that if he is not confident himself, he will not hire, not encourage his juniors. Anytime, any organization, if leader is confident, he will bring the best talent. He will encourage them. He will refer them to the various programs. He will involve their larger projects. So therefore, it is very, very important that the leader should be very confident. Let me give you my own example. And that is where I'm sitting. My friend and a senior, Anurag Batraji, sent me somewhere for a job. It was a job in the highly engineering field. And when I went for and met the chairman started firing his HR. Why have you brought him? He doesn't know anything. I was to stand up. I was to go out. I thought I'll be able to get that kind of a job. I came back. I said, can you give me 3 months? And I will start your first boiler. Either he thought I am a bad fellow, doesn't know engineering, doesn't know whatever the calorific values of these waste, etc. And he's talking big. In 3 months, I got the job in how many minutes? 15 minutes. It took that much of time to give the appointment letter. If I was confident, I could not. Therefore, I encourage others and involve them. So my recommendation would be any leader, all of us have to have a confidence in ourselves. Otherwise, if you feel threatened by your number 2, number 3, things can't move further. So that was one thing I wanted to say. Second thing, again, very important because it refers to my earlier communication to you. In G4S, what happens is that we have been looking after the embassies, and I'm referring to the American embassy. During Christmas time, before the Christmas time, they used to have a party with the guards which are deployed there. So I went there. And I was waiting for my chairman to come and receive him. Charge d'affaires was there, ambassador was to come, and my HR head came. He came and straight away he went to the bar. He was having a glass of whiskey. My boss comes and he says, "You are fired." He tells me I'm fired. He says, "Can you tell me the names of 10 guards who are here?" If you cannot tell me the names of 10 guards, if you don't have any commitment, don't have involvement, and your HR head is having a drinks there, I'm sorry, both are gone. In 5 minutes, we were both dancing with the guards, and I had to remember all the names. What it means is, what I'm saying is, unless you are involved till the ground level, whatever theory, projects, names, nomenclature, you may use it, in the organization, which is happening nowadays, which my colleagues have explained to you, this is very important here.
Thank you, Harji. Very, very interesting and insightful. So, my understanding is I did a quick AI search, okay? So, so my understanding is that the need for coaching now is more felt because, most of the jobs, mundane job, which earlier used to be done by people, may be done by machines and AI, right? And then the longevity of a person in a job is reducing. So, and it's not because of the person wanting to change, probably the redundancy, the pace of change is so fast that you have to change continuously, right? And when you have to change continuously, there will be more need of transferable skills, which are soft skills. So, because of the, pace of change is accelerating, there are these needs of, and then the retention is very, very important factor. So you have to engage with people, you have to hold them. So there you need to be more, engaged with them. And so, these are things. So my next question to you is, what are the tools and techniques which are being used currently in coaching? Soumya, you wanted to say something, sorry.
No, I'll say it later. No problem.
So a very interesting thing, sir also mentioned and Ved also asked. So before I answer what are the tools and techniques, I just wanted to simplify it to understand why these things are needed nowadays. How many of you understand Hindi? Very few? Everyone. So the concept also correlates, and now people started realizing why these things are becoming so important with people. सारी धरा भी साथ दे तो और बात है. धरा मतलब सारी धरा, यूनिवर्स. सारी धरा भी साथ दे तो और बात है, तू जरा भी साथ दे तो और बात है. सारी धरा भी साथ दे तो और बात है, तू जरा भी साथ दे तो और बात है. चलने को तो एक पैर पे भी चल लेते हैं, दूसरा भी साथ दे तो और बात है. So thank you. So coaching concept came from here only, that people can walk on one leg or one foot also. But if both are working, it really works very well. And that's why people say that if this guy can do this much of wonders, with 2, 3, 4 steps of coaching, he can create bigger wonders. So that's why. And tools and techniques, Vedji, you mentioned, and we were talking outside, and this topic also came. A lot of tools and techniques are used, but as ma'am mentioned, that coaching is not teaching. Coaching is not telling. Coaching is not solving your problem. So first of all, more than the person who is being coached, it's very difficult to become a coach, because becoming detached with everything and then talking to the person. So nowadays, the tools and techniques, couple of them I'll mention, and I'm sure learned people will add more. Nowadays, the tools maximum used are exploring. How much you explore about the person. If the person mentions something, wants to tell something, then immediately you don't jump to conclusion. You cannot give the solution to the person. So entire technique of coaching is exploring, asking, listening, attentive to the person, giving a lot of patient hearing. He also mentioned that they want to be listened. So once you use these techniques, then person can, explicitly be open to you. And then the entire objective of these techniques is developing a person who can find their own solutions. So coach never gives you solution. Coach never develops you. You develop yourself. So the two techniques nowadays, which are the key of the coaching, key of the success for any coaching, training, guiding, teaching is a push factor, where I'll push you to be trained. I'll push you to learn. I'll push you to join this training. Wherein coaching is pull factor, where the person who is being coached, he need to have a lot of pull to come to coach again and again. Yeah.
I think Dave, right? He covered most of it. But if you really go to a coach, there is no defined technique, yes, there are techniques and I'll mention some of them, but a combination of techniques can be used. One of the most important techniques and the easiest way is the power of questioning. You have to peel it off. You know, just like an onion, you go on peeling and peeling and peeling till the time you go to the last level and the person will be able to realize. That's number one technique. The second technique is arriving at logical levels. You know, that's all about creating that experiment or experiential journey with the coachee, where you create a vision for the coachee where he or she can visualize himself or herself as an identity. What's the vision? What's the values by which he or she was operating from? What was the capabilities? What was the environment looking like? And that's where you create that experience and arrive at a solution by the coachee itself. Then there are many other techniques. You can have Disney strategy, and I can go on speaking on multiple techniques. There are stakeholder, there is time shift, there is something called value shift as well. You know, there is a mentor's table where you ask a coachee to imagine somebody or ask who's the mentor of the coachee. And when they give you an answer, you tell them to be in that position and then keep on answering those questions. So more so, it's all about exploration and the power of questioning until you reach to the last. And coaching, as John Whitmer says, it's all about unlocking an individual's potential to maximize performance. Nobody else will do it. It's yourself who is going to do that up on that journey.
Thank you. Harji?
Yes, I would say that the environment in the company should be as such that people are able to speak, you know. I come and take the coaching, I take training, but my bosses doesn't like when I want to speak something of my mind, saying something different. You know. That kind of environment shouldn't be there. You know. You should accept what your colleagues are saying. Maybe there is a merit. May not be that much of merit. Yes, companies are making their own programs, department are creating their own programs, giving training in technical areas more, and other departments as well. It is refreshing their knowledge, etc., which should be a continuous process as the competition in the market is very large. But at the same time, openness to listening to your colleagues is very much needed, you know.
Thank you, Arji. So we are running towards the end of the session, so there are a lot of questions. But I would like to, pick one thing, that any example, live example, you may not name the person or whatever, but where coaching really impacted the leadership, of a person. Just, I mean, for
Okay, in a coaching, the most important thing is confidentiality and integrity. Nothing can be shared beyond that. But I'll not give an example from my organization, but we all know Elon Musk, right? Yes, no. I think he went through ESS, which is called emotional stress syndrome. And that's the time that he took up coaching. We have a lot of articles on that and we can read it. He being the CEO of such a huge big organization, CEO, he also required that. And the same goes for Steve Jobs as well. So there are multiple examples where you can go and look into it, how coaching has helped people to create that self-awareness and own it themselves. So I definitely don't want to give an example from our organization. But yes, there have been instances where, imagine a scenario where all millennials are there and a baby boomer is the manager or the leader of the company. Imagine the level of stress, imagine the level of complexities that leader has faced. And we have witnessed this in the organization. But with the coaching, the person was able to evolve, understand what is required from himself or herself for that matter. Do you want to add, Dave?
No, absolutely. So coaching is something, it doesn't stop your success, but it can stop your effectiveness. So there has been, and as Soumya mentioned, it's one of the key requirement of a coach is to keep the trust of the coachee, because coachee, when he or she opens up, they share everything. You guys are, very young generation, so you guys must have been too familiar with Netflix, Amazon Prime, and must be following multiple series. So here we are calling it coaching. Mostly in abroad, it's called therapy, where people take their own responsibility and they go to where he charges per minute. Very effective one. So we go and sit and we open up everything. So and here the person comes and opens up everything, then it becomes a responsibility of a coach. It's a moral responsibility. It's an unwritten agreement between coach and coachee. Whatever is discussed here remains here. But yes, there are multiple examples where coaching has helped. And in fact, I personally, in my life journey, I know 3 of my colleagues who became CEOs and are doing wonderful. So that's a very important thing.
When you said that, young leaders managing older guys and, fast, hard task managers certainly face this problem. So I think, in a different context, what was coming to my mind is that, Steve Jobs came and went to Baba Neem Karori, right? So probably Baba Neem Karori was the coach. And then he asked Mark Zuckerberg to go, and because one coach, one mentee, or person who's coached refers the best coach to the other person.
I'll tell you one very interesting thing, and better interest in time, I'll just finish in 10 seconds. So in coaching, we use, an entire world use a very popular term called instigators, right? So maybe Steve Jobs' instigator was with Baba Neem Karoli, so he got coached there. So instigator is something which is the very important thing in coaching that works.
Yeah, so I think why Baba came to my mind is because you said self-awareness, right? So that's probably.
That's what lacks currently, self-awareness. And as you grow up, that's where it becomes more and more important.
So do we have some more time, Aditya? Riti?
Somebody is speaking from behind.
5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay, so we'll sum up with the last question where, we want to understand and probably tell the audience, or, how the objectives of organizational objectives can be matched while, the person is coached, the leader is coached. So is there any, format or a framework for that?
With we always get little confused with organizational objectives. Nowadays, a new term, when coaching is a buzzword, the new term is organization's value. So organizations are operating through a value system. So they see at a larger level that this value system is, if adapted by the leaders, they might create wonders, and I will be achieving, because when we talk about objective, then we are talking about success. And coaching is not about success. Coaching is about effectiveness. So once they have identified values and they try to develop the leaders, as per the organizational values. That's where the organizational goals are aligned during coaching.
Thank you for that. Soumya?
No, I think they've they've covered it very well. Understanding oneself and then being more effective ultimately will add to the organization's commitment and the values that you would have. You will align it yourself. So the effectiveness increases as and when you go through the coaching sessions, and obviously it has to be an impactful one where the coachee has to open up. Then only it can create results and it gets aligned.
Harji, any comments, closing comments on?
Yes, when we are talking about coaching, there has to be individuals' objective should match with the corporate objective as well, in the entire process, It shouldn't happen that I've got a training, I got a coaching, I got a mentoring, everything. Organization grows and does not recognize, or whatever reason, they do not match, So all these things in terms of should result for the growth of the, I would say, employees, sources, whatever. So rest you have covered, Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. I think it was, any questions from the audience?
Good afternoon to the panel members. I had a question for Dev sir. So could you please elaborate your statement that coaching is not for everyone? Uh, I need a little more clarification on that.
So when I said coaching is not for everyone, so I'll just take example from you only. When you started riding a cycle, you wanted someone to tell you how to cycle, or you wanted someone to just stand up and say you can do it, you can do it.
No, I
So
wanted someone to tell me.
you wanted someone to tell you. So you were beginner, you wanted direction, but the day you became a perfect a cyclist, and then you wanted to participate in Olympic, then someone may coach you that, hey, have you seen your breathing pattern when you are at this pace? So that becomes need of coaching, but you are learning cycling, and if I'll coach you and not teach you, then you might not learn properly. So coaching is not for beginners. Coaching is for people who have tried to make some progress or have made some progress.
Okay. So when you were comparing it with therapy, so how can we compare it? Because therapy to is like, if I have a problem, then I'll go and talk about it. So she'll get me through everything, the therapist. यहाँ कोचिंग में तो स्पेसिफिक चीजें आ रही है ना कि स्पेसिफिक प्रॉब्लम पे काम कर रहे हैं थेरेपी
When you start coaching, there is a very different level of trust. So you don't limit yourself on a topic.
Okay.
Because if there is no trust between coach and coachee, the objective of coaching will not be fulfilled. So it is not something that we are coaching someone on maybe how to treat or respect or value others. It doesn't mean if you come and say, I have a problem at home, maybe your leadership is being impacted from the home problem. And if that is sorted out and you know how to sort it out, this problem is not a real problem. You can manage it anyways. And during coaching or therapy, I realized, oh, the problem is not here in the leadership. The problem is there at home, which she is not opening up and talking. So you trusted your coach and said, and then we started talking about that topic. That got managed, and suddenly all of stakeholders started saying, hey, we saw a very sea of change in her. And the problem we were facing is resolved. So that's why the trust is important, and it's not limited to topic when you coaching someone.
I just want to add, there is one slight difference between therapy and coaching. Therapy is always related to the past, and coaching is always futuristic. You evolve, right? Thank you so
Wonderful,
much.
wonderful. Do we have time for more questions, Preeti? Okay, fine. Next time, yeah. So, okay. So thank you so much, my panelists. It was a wonderful session. Lot of learning, lot of insights. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Wait.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think usually after lunch sessions don't go that well, but I think this one went pretty well. What do you think? Yes or no? You're saying yes like this. Are you sure it's a yes or a no? I only hear two of you say yes. सर आपका सवाल रह गया था ना इसलिए. But a picture, please, the mandatory one. Thank you so much. So you can take a question after this, of course, on a one-to-one basis. Thank you so much, and thank you, Ved, for doing that. Quickly moving ahead with our next panel discussion. It's on enhancing leadership skills through technology and innovation. Please join me in welcoming our panelists. For this one, Mr. Ashish Kapoor, Talent Lead, EY. Ms. Pallavi Podar, CHRO, Ferista Windows. Mr. Vikramjit Singh, Head HR, South Asia, Lee and Fung. Mr. Vinay Kaushik Trivedi, Global Head, HR and Admin, TerraPay. Ms. Monica Garg, Associate Director, Global HR Operations Support, Fresenius Medical Care. And this one will be chaired by Mr. Arjun Yadav, Senior Correspondent, BW Businessworld. Let's please welcome them to the stage, everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aditya. Good afternoon, everybody. You know, last night I was preparing for this topic and I came across a reel on Instagram where one of the retired and known civil servant was in a conversation in a podcast, and he said something quite interesting, that the higher you go up in your organization, in the hierarchy at your workplace, you don't need any expertise. You need only one expertise, and that is of managing men and women. काम निकलवाना लोगों से. And I suddenly recalled people that I know at such positions, and I said, यार बात तो सही कह रहे हैं. So, panelists, when we're talking about this leadership, which he said, managing people, mentoring people, taking people together when people are at positions of such leadership, uh, how do you see technology coming into all of this? In the last 1.5 years, a lot of discussion, debate on use cases of these technologies. But I think this particular topic, at least what I understood, has more qualitative aspects than quantitative. And you may correct me on this. But in your opening remarks, Ashish, if you would like to start, that what is that shift that we see when we are talking about leadership in this digital age with technology and innovation?
Thanks, Arjun. And I think Vikram, you got your take. He's starting from me. That's what you're talking about. But good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, BW, for having us here. I think, like you rightly put in, Arjun, I think there is a new trade that's added in now. It's not just managing men and women, but I think also the art of continuing to learn, and especially when we talk about new technologies, to be a leader and not be ready to learn and sort of get into this deep dive world of be it AI, machine learning, is not going to do you good, because something or the other will surpass you very soon. But having said that, I think it's fairly important. It has put up a very significant, I would say, impact on the way the leaders are taking decision today. I mean, all of us know about the analytics part. All of us know about data insights. We are also able to get a lot of personalization at scale. So I mean, I remember a case from my own organization, and I want to cite it. There are three leaders who were very important and had to take a decision. Now, each of them had a very different need for data to reach or arrive at that decision. One wanted only sales data, somebody wanted sales and the team that is working there. Somebody also wanted which time of the year, what happened in the past. So, we are able to personalize at a large scale with this new technologies, and the leaders are able to reach their decisions much more faster. And I think just beyond that, apart from the regular stuff, I also feel that a lot of the personalization biases, our risk issues are getting covered, because you can build in a lot of these checks and make sure your personal biases, your personal issues don't really come through when the data is analyzing something. So I feel, yes, a lot of significant impact and changes, Arjun, in the way the leadership is starting to think and take decisions.
You've touched quite a points, I think, and you'll be able to explain them further in our further questions. Monica, if your opening comments on this.
Yeah, so when we talk about technology, and I'm glad that you did not start with the AI because we are yet far away from there. So I believe that right now, most of the organizations are still working on to transform themselves, right? And adapting the technology as part of their day in, day out working, right? So it's very important for the leadership first to understand what's their need that this technology can fulfill. They should understand their need, and then accordingly they should see how they can utilize this. It can be, as you touched upon, that they need to bring the change and be the change first. First, adapting the technology is very, very important. Change management is something which most of the time missing in most of the technological implementations. And if that is being managed well, I think technology can help us not only to coach people, train people, give a good set of, data analytics, predictive analysis, and they can touch upon also managing people across, not only within your geography, but across the geography. So that's something which for me important is change. If you are able to understand the change, understand your needs, I think it can be really helpful for anyone.
Thank you, Monica. Very rightly put. Pallavi, you want to add something to that and set the
So I
tone
think
for
this,
this one?
hi, good afternoon, everyone. I think what to add, because everything has been covered by Ashish and Monica, because I mean, all of us understand technology and how important it is. So probably, we'll see how the conversation flow. But one thing I really want to talk about, that technology today, we cannot live without it. It is just that, it is up to us. And I think it is not only up to us sitting, all of us here, everybody sitting in this room, wherever we talk about. I mean, if we don't adapt it, we just missing on to something. So now it is up to us. How do we understand that what's in it for me when it comes to technology? And then we start giving and talking about change management. So what is up to us to accept it?
Right. Vinay?
I think we need to understand this in a perspective. We've had technology upgraded itself in the last 20, 25 years from technology not being there to technology at a very advanced level. On the other hand, leadership also is changing. Leadership used to be instruction led in the sense there used to be leaders who would say something and people would follow it, to now it being inspiration led. You look up to your leaders to find inspiration. With Gen Y to Gen Z, the generations changing, they're looking at leadership very, very differently. Technology certainly aids in that transformation, in your ability to give those messages to people the way you want to lead, the way you want to inspire. So that's the role technology plays, and we'll talk about that in detail as we progress.
Right. Bikramji, quickly, your opening remarks.
Yeah. So, I would add that, technology and leadership, I think essentially the essence is on the decision making, right? Today leaders have a lot of data and information. They have to harvest a lot of data and information. And how do they do it in the quickest and the most relevant, amount of time? So I believe, and then decisions could be on any aspect of the business, right? Efficiency, operational excellence, leadership, getting into newer products, newer services, newer markets. Could be anything. Decision could be anything. But essentially, I think technology to a leader, comes to the aid when they have to, do decision making. Yeah.
So, Vikram has set the tone, Ashish, for the next question, and that is, I'm not asking any about particular technology as yet, but from a macro lens, when we're talking about this topic, and particularly lead or technology augmenting decision making for leaders, how would you go about that?
I think, Vinay had put up a very important point that technology is not something new, first and foremost. I think you'll be surprised, some of you, to know that, the generative AI that we talk about so much nowadays actually dates back to 1960s. That's when the initial chatbots were sort of being, thought about, built in. So the technology has definitely evolved because, from a standpoint of processing speed and everything else, we've really, really come far away. It's very important also to understand what sort of need does a leader have. I think because you're talking about that, and I would want to clarify, there's two different sets of when we talk about artificial intelligence, and we are just chatting about it outside. There's a discriminative AI and there is a generative AI. So these are two different type of AIs. When we talk about discriminative AI, it's usually the chatbots that we have, we've been using. You can think of it as something, to put it in layman language. If you are at a party and you want to just see who are the people who are vegetarian, the chatbot will be able to decide that basis what dishes do they pick. So that's the input, and the output is very simple. It's a closed set. But generative AI is much more creative. Generative AI is, imagine now again, you're a host of a party, but you now want to cater to a lot of people. So generative AI will be able to cater to everyone's need. It will make sure that there is variety of dishes so that everybody is taken care of. I think we need to understand, and both have their uses. It's not that, but from a leadership standpoint, like I earlier said, we are able to personalize at a large scale. We are able to do much more deeper data insights. A lot of predictive analysis has come into place. And for me, the biggest thing is that, uh, being in an organization like EVA, I think risk management is a very, very important part of our day-to-day job. And with AI and the generative AI, especially technology coming in, the risk management is something that we have been able to take care of. A lot of the issues and the errors which were more manual in nature, or the biases, those have sort of gone away. Now, having said that, it's not important that it's not necessary that it's taken away everything. They tried doing this an example is they tried doing it in US, and they said, fed a system saying, okay, based on the picture of the person who's being evaluated in the court, can you identify if the person has committed the crime or not? Now, a lot of the people of color sort of got highlighted. only because the past data had a lot of people from the color. So we also have to be careful of what sort of data is being put in, because then there could be biases that the system will automatically have on its own. So I think it's very important, a lot of significant changes, but we have to be cautious while we are at it.
Thank you, Ashish. Monica, how would you quantify the realm of technology when it comes to augmenting decision making for leaders?
Yeah, so I'll again come back to my point that awareness is important, right? We have a lot of, Ashish mentioned, we have discriminative AI, we have, different kind of AIs available. What we really want from that available resources is important to know. When we are, decision making is very important, which is helping us. AI is helping us. The transformation we are conducting, or different kind of tools are helping us for various support for decision making. However, I always believe garbage in, garbage out, right? Everything is working basis some data at the back end, and if that data is deviated for some reason, the output will never be correct. So it's very important for the leadership to understand the back end, gaps as well. You should be aware about what are the pitfalls, what are not, and if you are able to make that decision making, and by utilizing that data as a support, don't make it as your primary source of decision making. You need to have some expertise and some support around to check upon that data, and know that whether this information is correct or not. That validation is definitely needed. If we have that source and support in place, I think it's really, really supportive, because it help us in various data analytics, which were not available earlier easily. Predictive analysis, all the challenges and the opportunities at the right time. You're able to take decisions accordingly. You're able to take the right decision for the organization, for your teams. It also helps, as you mentioned, risk management is really important for every organization. You can easily identify that, okay, this is the risk which is coming up, and you can proactively act upon it, instead of, post facto you are acting upon it. So all these kind of factors are really important. Additional to what Ashish mentioned, I believe collaboration and communication is also something which it has helped us, everyone, every organization and management team a lot. So these are the things I think we need to be aware of, what we need from it. We need to, and one thing is important, the right prompt of what you are asking for and what you are getting, and the analyzing the gaps between that.
Very rightly said, especially, the thing about giving about prompts. I'll tell you, uh, media as a company, when ChatGPT first emerged in November 2022, uh, it was one of the industries where it was predicted that, especially for people who are on desk, especially in online, who are into content creation in our field, that we'll have a lot of job losses here. But a very senior journalist in the Hindu then said that the future, when it comes to journalists, belongs to those who are able to use AI effectively through these prompts, as you said. And, you know, Frank, I'm very, God willing, we've not seen such losses, at least in this industry. Pallavi, discussion coming around AI as well. I talked about technology from a macro perspective, but I think this is what we are discussing. What are your thoughts when it comes to AI and leadership?
Yeah. I think something very nice thought you gave, and I really, though I'm not going to be talking about AI leadership immediately, but something, when wheels were invented. So, a lot of time when you talk about jobs will go away. So I always keep thinking and talking to my team and everybody, when wheels were invented, people suddenly spoke about that, because now wheels have come, the life is going to be so easy, and so many people who were like taking carriages and everything, it will just go away. I mean, and then engines came, and then something came, and if you really see the economy, or I would say the employment, is just increasing. Now, for me also, when we talk about technology, when we talk about any AI, VR, AR, anything, when we talk about, to me, I think something you've already said in your own conversation, that if we are using it effectively, we just look at how to be creative, there's nothing to worry about. Probably this is just going to make us more and more efficient, effective, and probably maybe help us grow much more. I think that is something really important part for me, and I really, really personally believe.
Right.
I mean, maybe a lot of times people say that, they're atrociously positive about any change that is bringing in, and I think that's what probably we may want to think about. And I think we've already covered about, what exactly is in it. One point, we may want to be a little conscious about, and a lot of other regions or geographies have become, is data security. So we may talk about so much of, the benefit coming from it. It is going to help take decisions, everything. But security will become very important. One example I just remember, and from where data security and probably becomes more important. Most of our tools today, we know you just put your resume inside and it'll just give you pass fail everything, and it will come immediately. Now I was actually working on one of the assignment for a UK thing, and it is so strong in security that a age factor, probably I picked it up, though probably I just picked it up. I kind of did a bit of my own math and picked up age, and then I realized that I cannot even use that particular simple thing, and immediately the entire my code and everything was scrapped because age was picked it up. Age is a sensitive information, and it talks about security. Now I can create a biasness, what you just spoke about. The color was picked it up. So I think data security, for us to also understand that how in this environment we should work on the security, garbage in, garbage out, what we are feeding in. So for us to be mature enough to understand and receive an input, that is going to be another hell of a work and hell of a learning for us.
Very rightly put, and we'll come into the question about ethical considerations and having that human machine synergy as well. But Vinay, you would like to add something to it?
I think the rise in artificial intelligence should not give rise to natural stupidity. We have a brain of our own and we have to use that. What happens with analysis paralysis, we get a lot of data, we get very excited, but we forget to interpret data, which is a very basic skill of a leader, of how he or she is interpreting what data is being presented to the leader. What's important is today you have a lot of tools that aids in giving you information in a very fancy way. It gives you data cuts, it gives you ability to look at data very colorfully. But that does not mean that it should take away your ability to a natural sense of judgment as a leader, to see what I want to look at and what I don't want to look at. Most leaders fail here when they get excited with these data sets and they are not able to really interpret data. And that's a caution that all of us need to understand if you're looking at how leaders can look at data. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Vikramji?
Very quickly, when we're talking about the technology, I think, when you see an ATC tower, in an airport, it has a very vantage sort of a position. It knows what exactly is happening, in the vicinity, which aircraft is coming in, which is going, which is in the taxiway, right? So from a decision-making perspective, a control tower is extremely critical, in an organization where a leadership, somebody in the leadership role and CXO role, has that control tower kind of an ability. It could be an AI, it could be, the organization has, it could be a legacy system as well, which aids in the decision-making process. I mean, AI, of course, is a buzzword. We all talk about it. AI, VR, AR, Meta, right? So I think, other than the fancy terms, I mean, we now, at least in the AI space, we've started seeing some test cases, and we know that, it is already, beginning to enter our lives, professional lives and personal lives. Along with it, it also creates, the you are able to harvest more data, you are able to consume more data, you're consuming more data than you need, right? So from a leadership perspective, in an organizational setup, the ability to filter out what you don't need, and to retain what exactly do you need. So which depends on what models you are choosing. So refusing to use AI in a certain context is also a decision, right? So and when we talk of job losses, or get people getting anxious about AI taking away their jobs and all that, I think if you look at the history of evolution, even if you don't go too far into the history, just 20-30 years, when, let's say, computers came, or when Excel, probably, MS Office came, or when, let's say, iPhone came, and the world knew something like an app store, right? It did not take away any jobs. So with every technological evolution, it also creates more jobs, right? So when let's say this app store came, a new job family got created, app developers. Today there's that job is so hot right now. So with the AI, it's an evolution tipping point. It will move into our work lives, and it will. I have a positive view about that. It'll create more jobs than what we should worry.
Thank you, Vikramjit. Ashish, bringing to what Pallavi was mentioning around ethical considerations and what would be a right path for developing that human machine synergy in this context. You would like to share something on that?
I think very, very tricky question, Arjun, frankly, because I don't think there is any one answer that fits definitely on this. Uh, we have to be cautious at all times. I think we spoke about if it's garbage in, it's going to be garbage out. But uh, the only difference, as I was earlier saying about generative AI, because it's able to, I think Sora is the latest version. A lot of you would have heard about it. It's coming in, and its ability to make videos in a few seconds based on just the prompts is just unparalleled. And with so much so happening in the creative field of music, writing, imagery, videos, uh, we just need to make sure that our, you know, is there checks and balances at the other side of it or not? We were talking outside, all of us were standing and we were talking about plagiarism. Now, how do you identify for a school goer, for a college goer, for somebody even doing doctorate, that what is being written by them or not? So I think while we are working very, very cautiously towards, oh, let's bring in this to our work, we also need to be very, we have to ensure and be very, very sound and safe measures have to be put into place so that the checks are there at the end. It could be another tool, it could be another AI, but I think it is important. Unless until we do that, I think there's a lot of biases that could come in. And given the generative AI works more on creative side rather than accuracy, the chances of error are also very high. So, that's something that we need to be cautious about.
Thank you, Ashish. Monica?
That's my favorite topic, by the way. So, uh, everyone, how many of you are using Chat GPT nowadays? I see many hands, right? And if we talk about Chat GPT, everyone is using it. But I'm not sure if they are aware about that. Chat GPT basically pick up the information from wherever it is available, compile it, and share it with you based on the prompt you set up. And that information, whether it's authentic or not, that's a big question, right? If there's some information incorrect, you'll pick up the incorrect information and you will pass it on. So I have started last year onwards, I've started my PhD and I was working on one of my assignments, scientific misconduct. And that's where the plagiarism question came in. So those who don't know what plagiarism is, if you are copying somebody else's work without citing them, that is what it's kind of, stealing somebody's work, right? So most of the AI, if you are using ChatGPT or any other similar tool, is that only, and you don't know where ChatGPT is picking up that information. You cannot even cite that. And during that, assignment, I also found out, I searched some articles and I found out that one of the well-known university, they copied somebody else's strategic plan and they picked it up through this kind of tool only. There was a president of some country, obviously I cannot take names here, who has to resign because his research papers were found, copied from somewhere because he used AI tool to pick up that information. A lot of research paper get rejected because of the language is picked up from the Chat GPT. So that's where we are getting paralyzed, I feel. While we are using it, how to use it and how to follow the ethics in using such kind of tools is really important. As you were talking about losing the jobs. Nowadays, because it's very nascent stage, nobody understands the repercussions of it, and that's why people are losing the job. But it will also create job, as one of my fellow colleague said, because you need somebody to validate the authenticity and the correctness of that information. You cannot just pick up and utilize it. So it is really, really important that we look upon these aspects and we have some people who are checking these authenticities. Otherwise, now it can lead to a legal, implications as well at times.
Very rightly put. And
Yeah.
these checks are important. I'll tell you one incident from one of my friends who works in one of the newspaper publications. So there was this time around last year when Reliance Capital was, in the process of being insolvent process was going on. And he, instead of Reliance Capital, wrote Reliance, just Reliance. Now imagine if that news would have gone unpublished, unchecked and got published, the shareholding value, what it would have done in the market for those, even though, it would have been there for 5 minutes. So clearly, this is something that is to be looked upon. Pallavi, if you would like to share something.
I think it's such a sensitive topic, and everybody kind of, echoes the kind of, it brings. But what I really think is that probably if we sometimes be little authentic to ourselves. Now, we also know that for what are we using it? Am I using it for my growth? Am I using it for my learning? Am I using it for influencing person? What is that exactly? So now here the little softer values which probably nowhere we can see, none of the chat gpts or technology, and that is where the personal connect will talk about is how, I mean, will the person trust me also or not? Now probably if we, I think from technology I'm bringing this the real behavioral part, and that is why all of us will continue to be employed, and that is why all of us will continue to be there. So we all know there's so much of information coming, but then where am I using it, and am I authentic to use it in a right way? So probably the way, I think something what Monica touched upon was awareness part of it. So if the right awareness is done to everybody, that yeah, there's no harm in using it. Obviously, we'll use it. We'll need that information which is very fast, but how am I presenting it? Where am I good? Am I using it for my school studies? Am I, will I have that guilt within myself or not? So that guilt automatically there, ultimately I've cheated it. So this will be there. So maybe that's what I can really talk over and above what my fellow colleagues have just spoken about.
Right. Thank you, Pallavi. Vinay, quickly your comments on this.
See, as far as ethical question is concerned, the matter is settled. There are global data protection laws which clearly state, and to what Pallavi was saying on one of the algorithms that caught age, it clearly states what you can do and what you cannot do. So there you'd be to what Monica was saying, awareness. You need to be aware. Not knowing the law doesn't mean you get the license to kill somebody. It's as simple as that. So you should know what it is, and you should know how to use it. As far as the usage of somebody else's information or using these tools to pass it off as something that you have created, I think even a first standard child will tell if it is right or wrong. You have a moral compass. You really don't need somebody to come and preach you at your working age what is right, how to establish what is right, what is wrong. And to a very well made point on authenticity, nobody's going to come and teach you how to be authentic, right? Today, there is a fad of everybody being on social media, writing articles showing off as their own, which is not even half the time their own. And thank God to LinkedIn now changing their algorithms. We see a lot better content, on what we see. But the problem is everybody wants to be wannabes. Everybody wants the social attention, if I may say. Everybody wants to be there, and therefore they'll talk artificial intelligence, they'll talk generative AI, they'll talk all the buzzwords. They don't even know what it means half the time, but everybody will speak all of these buzzwords because you want to feel belong. So I think that is an area which is a gray area, which definitely needs to be introspected upon by individuals. But as far as ethics is concerned, it's very clear and settled.
Thank you. Vikram, how do you see leadership being approaches inculcating these ethical considerations and having that human machine synergy in decision making?
So actually, by the time my turn comes, all the good points have been taken. No, but feel free to start with, Ashish. See, what we were discussing, I think it's not a new dilemma. The moral compass of right or wrong, just because we are starting using AI, is not a new challenge that you face. I see so many students here, and if you get an assignment of writing, let's say on Maslow's theory, or let's say Newton's laws, or any established theory, you call it Newton's law, you call it Maslow's theory, right? You don't say, hey, I've paraphrased it, it's my theory now, right? You don't do that. So even with the AI is just a tool that you have, because I mean, it allows you to do more and less, right? It builds efficiency in what you do. And through efficiency you have more time, so you can do more with less. And this is where the world is heading. I mean, even in the corporate setting, you're required to do more with less, because you have more tools at your place. When computers came, you could do more with less, right? When let's say you were you started using HRIS tools, you could do more with less, right? So from that standpoint, just because AI has come into our lives today, work or personal lives, it does not pose any immediate. I mean, it does not pose a new question. You always used to say, I mean, this is somebody's work, this is somebody's theory, right? And you know, in a corporate setting, some of the examples that you gave, I mean, of course, and awareness is the key. That when people are using it, are you using it carelessly or recklessly? We had that example. I don't know the exact thing, but I think Samsung's colleague employees used
Right.
ChatGPT to do some research, and those answers, ChatGPT learned that, and then
Right.
some of the sensitive
Information is-
project that they were doing, it
Right.
came out in the in the open, in the public, right? So some of those things. Second is AI, I mean, if you used, let's say even Chat GPT, everybody uses, it is it is referencing the available knowledge and just paraphrasing it, or maybe in a faster way, giving you, depending on the prompt you're doing. So it is not creating new knowledge per se. It is referencing what is available, and and then giving it to you. So from that standpoint, using it in a corporate setting, of course, I mean, if you ask me, I mean, I preach people in my office or my team to use AI as much as they can, because if it's okay, you have to probably paraphrase a policy or a framework, or you have to write an email, of course, why do you have to reinvent the wheel? Why do you have to start from scratch? Why do you have to spend 30 minutes or 1 hour on doing something? So the redundancies are coming in those, in the approach, in how you think, in how you approach your work, right? So I mean, yeah, I think I can close on that.
So I'll start with you only, Vikramjit. We'll have 5 minutes left now.
Yeah.
All of you in 1 minute, you're pinpointing a trend that would define the next set of leaders, that would mold the next set of leadership in the arm of technology. One trend, if you want, through technology, yes, when you're talking about enhancing leadership through technology and innovation, what would be that one thing in your understanding, in your assessment?
So, I mean, it is kind of cliched now that when we say leaders have to, have to understand data, right? It is a given. They have to understand data. They need that data to make, the decision making as a process. But but that is still the biggest challenge that I see in leadership using data, is predicting. So when we talk of, when in the B schools, you look at case studies. Case study is something which has happened in the past. You're just doing a postmortem of what that person could have done, what decision went wrong, right? But you have to take a decision. Maybe 6 months down the line, there'll be a case study, really doing a postmortem of the decision you're taking today, right? So the ability of a leader to really look at all the information that is available to them, leveraging technology as a tool, because they can do more with less, and and having that conviction. So in a good time, you take a decision, it goes good or bad, doesn't matter. But if there's a crisis, even if you are able to take a decision which gives you a 10% or 20% edge, and you are spot on, looking at that insight, that is the game changer.
Right.
So technology and decision making, is something that I wrote for.
Thank you, Vikramjit. Vinay, your quick take on this.
I won't take 1 minute. I'll just make one statement. I think the more we have technology coming into our lives, the more emphasis in the next decade or so is going to be on human relations. It's going to be on people-to-people contact. It's going to be on your ability to connect with your colleagues and your teams. That's going to be the buzzword, and the next decade or so, it's going to be more so.
Thank you, Vinay. Pallavi?
I think I have a little different point here. With leadership, as a leadership, I think the trend for me is going to be accept that I don't know more. The younger generation coming knows more technology than me. So probably raise your hand and ask question. Probably they can give you better prompts than what you can do that. So I think for me, that's the trend.
Monica?
So for me, the from the leadership perspective, I think it's important that they become the change leader first. Definitely, technology is there. We should utilize it. They should know where to utilize it. Technology can be utilized best when you have a lot of repeated steps. You have a lot of jobs which have a repeated, process is set and it is process driven. Whosoever is designing the process, if you'll ask maybe the AI to design a process, then it should be that you are designing it and then check with the AI, okay, I've designed this process. Do you think there's any gap in the process? So I was, listening to one of the talk, and the leader said that I utilize it only to check on the gaps in the work I have done. Because if it is strategic, it needs to be strategic, it needs to be creative, and I cannot expect AI to be creative is if I'm not prompting it rightly with the correct information and with the correct ask. And that's where it needs a connection and collaboration between both. So leaders should define what is, what can, for what we can use the technology, for what we cannot. That should be clearly there. And definitely communication is something which is really nowadays a lot of leaders are utilizing to communicate across the boundaries. I think that's the thing which is really helping everyone.
Thank
And
you.
leaders should look forward for that.
Thank you, Monica. Ashish, how would you sum this up?
I think, Arjun, with the advent of technology, one big change that is definitely coming through is leadership. In terms of leadership style is what I'm talking about. It's going to be much more authentic than it was before. With social media, and you just can't faff around anymore, as they say. You need to be very authentic. Also, you need to be very direct. A lot of intermediaries in between have gone away. The channel of communication is open up. The leaders are interacting directly with the larger population of either of employees, customer base. So not only do they have to gloat about successes, they also have to accept about failures. So there is a lot of transparency and authenticity first and foremost that has come in the leadership style. The other is obviously it's become more direct, like I said, because it's one-to-one now. You don't need a lot of people to reach out to the last level. And I think because of all this, it will be very genuine. A lot of the conversations or the messaging would be more personalized, more genuine, and more authentic. I think that's the change I see in the leadership.
Thank you, panelists, so much. We have 2 minutes left. Do we have any questions from the audience? Mike, did you?
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, panelists. My question is that how AI can replace humans in future? Because we are listening that AI will replace humans, and how much this particular statement is true, and whether it is true or not. I want I want your opinion, and yeah.
I think all of the panelists did cover that this is not going to happen. But if anybody wants to take and give a more in-depth answer to that.
So I think I did mention that probably nobody can replace human. So obviously everybody has their views, but I gave it that this one example also when things came in, computers. I think very recent example when I gave that computers came in and we said, okay, now everything is so fast and suddenly everything will go away, jobs will go away, people will just the clerks will move out. The jobs got refined. Rather, I would say a lot of value got added to everybody's job. So I'm sure nobody sitting here will hear anymore clerical jobs and are left in the in the entire system anymore. I mean, the jobs have become much more refined, much more better, much more purpose driven. So I think probably I would, in my opinion, with AI coming, with whatever technology tools coming, more and more jobs will become purpose driven, and probably more motivating and satisfying.
Right.
Maybe I want to add on to this. So AI can replace human only if humans are not upgrading them. It's really important to unlearn and relearn continuously now in this phase, in this era. It's really important that you're continuously upgrading yourself with the new technology coming in and the new need for the organization that is coming in. Somebody who is not changing themselves, who is not unlearning and relearning, and continuous upgradation is not there, that human definitely will get replaced by AI. So
Right.
that's the message.
Thank you. You had that question? Yeah. That be DJ.
My question is for Ashish sir. Sir, how you relate technology with leadership?
Okay. I think we spoke a lot about it. The entire panel was more or less on that. But I think just to paraphrase as ChatGPT does, I would say that leadership and technology is going to go hand in hand, first and foremost. And it is important to keep upskilling yourself. We were talking about that some time back. You can't really run away from it. The other important thing is that you have to change the leadership style. That's what I was talking about. Technologies will keep coming in. Just that you need to start becoming more approachable, more open for change. Also be able to, somebody mention, be ready for reverse mentoring, as we call it, wherein the juniors are able to teach the CEOs or the CXOs. I think these are some of the leadership style changes or behavioral changes that should come through. Other than that, I think, things are fine. We should not worry.
I think if they're all students, they'll soon be looking at the job market, so they do have their apprehensions. But you heard it from the leaders. Upskill करते रहिए, कोई आपको नहीं हटा पाएगा. Thank you so much. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
for
sir.
the audience, for joining us this afternoon. Can we please have a big round of applause? Thank you.
Also, thank you so much, Arjun, for doing that. A picture, please. And if anybody of you has any questions that haven't been answered yet, you can, of course, meet our speakers outside and take this on a one-on-one basis. If not, of course, you have the moderators around. They can help you with the same. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, we've spoken about coaching. We've spoken about enhancing. It's now time to move towards building a culture of leadership and learning. And to share the views on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Aseem Nath Tripathi, CHRO, Multiplier Brand Solutions, Ms. Deepti Mehta, CHRO, Interface Microsystems, Mr. Raj Kamal Singhal, Director and COO, Hitachi Systems India, Mr. Vikas K. Khoka, CHRO, Sharda Motor Industries, and this session will be chaired by Mr. Agnivesh Thakur, Director, Deloitte. Let's please welcome them, everybody. Oh, what happened to all the audience members? You have the awards after this. You need to bring your energy, not let it drain.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Still not loud. Good afternoon. Okay, some bit of it. So this happens when post-lunch sessions are, and then also you get some interesting conversation happening. So I'll try to make sure that we'll try to make it so crisp, contextual, and very relevant, right? We'll try to see people can speak from their heart, and you get lot of good actionable takeaways for your, in your learning journey. The topic was on building leadership, building a culture of leadership and learning. So, how many of you have read 7 Highly Effective People? Okay. So what what the author says? He says that leadership starts with yourself. It's like how efficient you are. Okay, how efficient you are, how effective you are, how passionate you are, will already depicting in your behavior, which will be part of the leadership. So the essential part of the leadership, he talked about that if you are trying to build a culture, the first thing starts with yourself itself, right? And then you look at do that. So what I intend to do, because since I'm a speaker, since I'm a moderator, I'll try to speak in moderation. I'll let my fellow panelists speak volumes. What we'll do, we'll just open this session for each panelist to speak about their initial view, that how in their own space they have seen in their experience how this particular leadership and culture has shaped up in their organization, and any takeaways or any insightful or any insightful thing that you want to share across. So I'll start with you, Asim.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much for waiting patiently, and we'll try to give some insight which can be actionable. This topic is very, very broad and very relevant, ever relevant, in fact, leadership, especially its culture of leadership and learning. So whenever we talk about leadership or culture of leadership, we need to see the context in which we are talking this about. So as you all know that things are changing, world is changing, people are changing, especially after COVID. This change is very, very evident. And the kind of anxieties, kind of possibilities, kind of opportunities this change can bring forth, everybody has seen. For many companies, this change has been very, very dramatic in a way that painful also, for people also. But there are companies, there are people, this change has become opportunity also. So what's the difference? The difference is leadership. A leadership or a leader thrives only in the flux of change. We all talk about VUCA word, Bani, VUCA, all those terms. Whenever you talk about change, a leader is required to facilitate people to tide over the change and to see the unseen and to find the opportunities and to leverage the strength of people towards those opportunities. So it's very, very important for a leader to first have that clarity inside. It starts from self. Then only that clarity will come outside and that change management can happen. So that's my first take on leadership and the culture. Thank you.
Yeah, so Deepti, over to you for your initial remarks.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here. So as Asim has rightly said, this leadership is a topic wherein people can speak so many things about. But for me, the leadership is there are two things. One, a leader has to lead by example. I'm sure you must have read in books. But once it comes to corporate, it plays a very, very important role how a leader shapes his or her team in the organization. How he or she is driving the organization depends on a leader. Another is the change. Change is something which is constant, but how adaptive you are as a leader, right? And based on that, once the leader has these capability and how he or she is taking the feedback is pretty important thing. I being a leader should not think like, this is what I have decided, this is what we have to go. How he or she is taking the team along, how he or she is taking the feedback is pretty important for us to drive this particular culture in the organization. That is how once you lead by example, once you look at lot of if my junior suggests any changes, am I taking it in a positive way or not? And then you drive the high performance culture in the organization is something a leadership which I initially, the thoughts of this way I can just tell about. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is brilliant thought. So again, since I love reading books, so I'll again come back to you and on talking about which we were just discussing, that on leadership and culture, there are n number of books we have seen, right? Because Harvard has entire their library filled with all the books on leadership itself. But having said that, I'll recommend a couple of things like, if you have not read, go and read Leaders Eat Last by Simon Sinek, right? And rightly you say that how you are looking at, with just Asim also talk about that, you look at that building trust and also how you are collaborating with the different mindset, different, skill set in the organization itself, because this will help you in unleashing the true potential. At times it happens that you may not be doing the right thing at this point of time. Maybe you are not able to find out your right mojo, but if you go deep drill in and probably put your helping hand together and try to build unleashing the potential to these guys, and they can do wonders. So over to you, Aseem, again, to have the same topic on how you think that from how leadership and culture building is important to you and your organization itself.
Sure. So this is Vikas. I see leadership from two different angles. One is that bases my experience across 3 or 4 different industries. Uh, I think what works for you as a leader is your subject, right? It's your subject matter. But what works is your alignment with other leaders is very important. And alignment means that you co-create, you try to co-create solutions. And when I'm talking of leadership and learning, or leadership with respect to any other component, I think co-creation becomes a very important subject for me, and it has led to most of the successes around. When I see the successful projects versus not so successful, what was different was how much effort I put in creating a co-platform, right, in alignment of others. Now that can't happen if you don't know the need. So I am also jumping to the other side and knowing in today's world you can't have one intervention which is catering to everyone. You need to have capsule based needs identified and worked upon it. Either you use technology or you use your own site in terms of how you would be able to cater different kinds of requirements of different sorts of people. And how you can create that change is something that can really make a different kind of mark. For everyone, nothing works today. So for me, leader is who can co-create and align, and secondly, identify a source which can help addressing different kind of needs of various people.
Yeah. So Raj, to you about, because you also have seen the business side, right? Or not only from the HR side where HR facilitates building the leaders, but you're also creating leaders and being a leader yourself. So how you think that from your experience so far, the culture of leadership, the culture of building leadership and continuous learning, how has been evolved over the years, and what you see from your perspective?
So, I'll just say a very famous saying, coming together is a beginning and keeping together is a progress, but working together is a real success. So as leaders, the main job of leader is, to bring the reality, the vision into reality, which is the biggest role of the leader. Now, as far as the culture goes, culture is something, even if nobody's watching and the work is done in a similar manner, that's a real culture which any organization demonstrates. And changing the culture is a big one, it changing the DNA is really big, a big shift. So for us as Hitachi, we have been really transforming the leadership to the next level where we want leaders to demonstrate the learning culture because it's a continuous process. If leaders don't take that lead, in adapting to the new changes, we all know the way AI is coming up, Gen AI. So all of you would have read, where is the NVIDIA valuation gone? Any guess? Where is NVIDIA valuation gone? It's almost $2.3 trillion. And the share has gone to $903 in last 6 months. It's jumped by almost 100%. So the reason being the world is changing. And if we don't adapt ourselves as leader to the changing world, we'll all become obsolete. So there is a very famous saying which I did in my last learning module. It is the 6 hats which we wear. So we all wear as individuals, as leaders, 6 different hats. One is white, which gives the data. Second is a red, which gives the emotion. Black is something, we all carry negative emotion, which is very important. Green is creativity. Blue is process. And yellow is, good things, the greener side of it. So we all wear 6 hats as leaders. All of us are here leaders. And it's a situational leadership, which we should be, as parent, we wear a situation, we become a situational leader, same as the office. So I think we all are evolved. We are leaders, all of us are leaders, but we need to be a situational leader, depends upon where we are and what situation we are in. Thank you.
Yeah. So This is brilliant suggestion on the situation leadership, right? And then probably we'll start the question. So do we have any questions from the audience? Because I don't want you guys to catch napping. So probably if you can just have any questions so far, so that and then I can question my fellow panelists itself. So any questions so far from the audience? Yeah. So this is stream, but yeah, but do one thing, hold on your thoughts, keep your questions ready so that we can come back again to you, right? So Asim, over to you. How organizations integrate leadership development into their culture?
Thank you. Uh, Very, very important question. And we have seen many examples of companies successfully being doing that. You have seen companies like Microsoft, GE, Infosys, Tata's, how they have created a generations of leaders through the entire practice and culture. But before answering this question, we need to decide what kind of leadership. So there are two continuum of leadership. Number one, I think you all can resonate well. Alpha male leadership. Alpha male leadership. So many companies, they try leadership, but ultimately it comes to that alpha male because someone at top, he tries to impose or he tries to replicate his style of thinking with everyone, all the companies, and all the people, his coteries, they support. So that style is dominant, authoritative. That style believes in being served, creating wealth for the company and few people. But there is another style of leadership, which is transformation leadership or servant leadership. Many names you all must have read. That leadership is a purpose-driven leadership. There, the company is vehicle for the change to be brought in the society through product or services. So if we talk about that leadership and that leader or the promoter or group of promoters, they have got belief in that their purpose. They would like to create a vision community, as you rightly said, a community of leaders. Who are the community of leaders? Who share the same vision. And that vision is bigger than the company. That vision always inspires people to work more than they want, to derive the discretionary effort, which we call engagement. So that vision community has to be built. And for that, there's a process that values should be formed, the company's values should be formed, and the people associated with that company, they should share those values, and that they should have the belief in the vision. Then only that energy in the company, energy in the people will come to achieve that vision. So the leader, the promoter, or the owner, or the MD of the company, he creates the entire chain of the people who has got the similar kind of vision, values, and the change process starts. But all in this, selflessness is very important. That leader has guts and should have guts to leave the entire legacy forward, except him. So that selflessness is very important. It's easier said and done, but there are examples where we have seen the people, we have seen the leaders who have created the organizations, institutions, which has grown and growing like anything only because of this and this trait. So that's my take on this. Vision is critical, and the creation of vision community is critical. And before doing that, you need to have a firm belief in your values. Thank you.
So over to you, Deepti, because I try to spin the question in different way itself, from, let's say, how we are looking at in terms of the culture of through building culture through the leadership. Now we'll try to see how we can collaborate or how the peers can collaborate in the learning process itself, right? So on the leadership learning, so how we are going to, collaborate amongst the peers to make sure that we have the continuity and also the senti happens in the leadership itself.
Thank you. So I work with the auto sector, and I've worked with other consumer sector, IT sector. Why I'm saying this is one unique thing which I've just experienced in this auto sector. Here you have to work as a cross functional team with for a projects, whatever you want to make, or whatever software you want to design, you want to test something, you want to make something in a production. Until unless you do not have the cross functional teams working together, you cannot make that product live in outside in the market. So the this comes with the culture of learning, so wherein people are collaborating, different teams are collaborating together, and they are working together, they are discussing the problems together, and then of course with that they are creating the leaders also. So first of all, becoming a leader, it of course it takes little time, but how many leaders you are creating, being a leader is very, very important aspect. Another is what we practice in our organization is peer mentoring. So every time leaders are not supposed to give the feedback, it is another way also. Whosoever is my peer level, we are making sure that once in a quarter we are identifying 3 to 4 leaders, those who have different peers. They are giving them suggestions, they are giving them an opportunities, or whatever you may call it as, and make sure that they work on their behavioral aspect, whatever are the feedback, not on a functional aspect. Because being an HR, of course, you have to make sure that people are investing in the organization, the culture is we are creating a high performance culture. At the same time, learning also is been embedded in the system, not only the software aspects in the system. Third is what we have started is like reverse mentoring, which is the most important thing and liked by everyone. So if I am a leader, I am a say CHRO in the organization, so one person who has joined 3 4 years ago in a software team is giving me a reverse mentoring, which is for, say for example, if we have got like 2 decades of experience and you guys are coming in the organization, and then new technologies are coming, era is changing, how do we use social media? There's so many things which we do not know about it. So this is called reverse mentoring, wherein only this is allowed till 5 years of experience, not more than that, and they're making sure that they are working with us. We work on a project and we are just learning that by the experience which has been given by young folks. So this is what is my take. This is what I'm experiencing. We are doing it in the organization, and few more suggestions if comes from the audience will be great. So this is what. So leadership is not you become at CXO level and you don't need to learn. Learning is like continuous. So we also have to learn, but we hardly get time. But this is where we make sure that the peer mentoring, the reverse mentoring, the CFTs working together are creating the culture of learning in the organization. Yeah.
Something to what she said, three of us are ex-Airtel.
Yeah.
It happened to, we never knew that we have worked for Airtel. So this is a company which I always love. When I joined Airtel in 2004 as a senior executive, it gave me the power of, real leadership. Because at Airtel, we were being told you can take any decision. It is not necessary to be a CXO, what she mentioned, that to take a leadership role, you have to be a CXO. So this is the biggest myth. And all of you who are youngsters here, get into a leadership zone as early as possible, because that is what will take you to the next level.
Gone are the days wherein we used to ask like you should have this much of years of experience. Doesn't matter. As soon as you have good skill, you can crack in any sort of role in the organization. So there are fast tracker development programs and many things which organizations are running separately. So yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, so this is again brilliant, and looking at 3 Airtel ex-Airtel employees and 2 Airtel customers this side. So probably Airtel should sponsor this to all of us, right? Okay. So so you said the very right thing, right? That on when we talk about peer learning and stuff like that, then you also talk about take up roles and give some insight to this to the audience. So to you, Vikas, the important part that we know most of the organizations are struggling with their talent pipeline, the leadership pipeline itself, right? And sometimes succession planning doesn't work that well, right? Maybe they need to look outside for talent or something like that, right? Because so what is your approach and what will be your suggestion to the audience on continuous talent pipeline in terms of leadership pipeline, managing success and planning effectively, and what 2, 3 things they should always focus upon while they are building succession in their organization.
Sure. Again, a very interesting aspect which I'm relating to because I have had experience in healthcare industry after telecommunications and then agrochemicals and then now automobile components. I always have worked in very niche level industries where talent pool was very limited. Even in the healthcare, people were struggling. We were only hiring from competition, eventually end up buying people at a higher cost and losing them. So, what really works, and I'm bringing the concept of inclusion, where, you really need to change the mindset of people that people who do not come from the domain could bring out of the box thinking and really could be, your fast trackers. I had a product manager who I hired from Airtel who was handling value added services to the product manager of our knee system where when I was in the healthcare turned out to be top talent. Again, a sales leader who was hired from a different environment became our best selling RSM for a healthcare firm. It took me a lot of effort to change this mindset, but when this got changed, you could create a better pipeline than you would have created in that space. That is point number one. Second is succession planning has a component of very important aspect that how much your top pan is loaded. When I joined an organization, my last organization, Dhanuka, I felt the top man was carrying P&L, the top man was taking calls on pricing, distribution channels, and the people down the line are just executing. No matter how many training programs or projects you could give them, make them the part of those succession planning, they can never take that succession. I think the next level, what we created was our business units for different products at different geographies. And those business unit leaders were identified with certain competencies and they were actually assessed to be business leaders who could carry P&Ls for them. Eventually could create pipeline for the second line. So answering your question, how you look at talent is very important in terms of how you could create a successor. Secondly, challenge people to really think out of the box and create those, workshops or methodologies which are very different from a standard training program to help people think out of the box, think whatever is not normal, whatever we call so-called normal, which is outside that space, is also very handy and you need to reach there. I think this is something which has really helped in thinking and creating that space of succession, which always remains vacuum, and you end up buying people.
Yeah, this is the reality. This is the harsh reality, and glad that you touched that point. So over to you, right? Because just continuation on that, um, succession planning is a challenge to everywhere, right? And then we also need leader, right? Every time I can't go and buy, right? We also need to build the talent internally itself. So what will be your take if you want to, spare some of the thought from the being a business leaders, if you can spare some thought, because you are the one who are getting a lot of challenge in terms of having the right leader at the right place.
See, I think, of course, getting the right talent pool is the biggest challenge. But as leaders, we need to navigate and keep on thinking, what next? Who will be, taking it over? And again, giving back example of Airtel, nobody was in the same role for more than maybe 24 months. There was a succession planning at a CXO level. You can't be in the same branch for more than 2 years, 2.5 years. You have to roll over. So that there's a huge internal pool which is there to take over. And as leaders, we have to lead it from front. You can't be in the insecurity zone. Most of the leaders, they are in insecure zone ki agar isko bata diya to mera kya hoga. There is enough pie in the world, and this is unstoppable India. If you really see this, we have read across, all of you would have read next 2 decades out of India. So even if AI comes across, I think it's the time for us as Indians. The way things are changing, I travel abroad every second month, but what I see, the kind of respect and the kind of opportunities which Indians are getting is humongous. So first and the most important thing is, as leaders, as far as the talent pool is concerned, we should be out of the insecure zone. The world is big enough. And if I see myself, I'm a finance guy, but I moved to operations role, moved as a CHRO, then moved to a business role. So if you are open for learning, sky is the limit. So I think there's enough and enough in the world for all of us.
Yeah. So now time is ticking. I'll again come back to the audience for the questions. So any questions for the any panelists? Okay. Can someone give the mic?
Good evening, panelists. I just wanted to ask question from Asim sir. You told there is a two type of leadership. One is autocratic and one is democratic. So right now scenario which is going on, which leadership style is good for organization? What is your opinion in this?
Can I put the question back to you? What do you think?
I think it depend upon the employee.
And right question, right observation, right. So both styles are relevant. So as you know, that kid is there, a kid sometimes requires some kind of affirmation and authoritarian approach also to, make him work in a way that is required, because behind that also empathy is there. So ultimately, one has to adopt participative form of leadership because things are changing, people are different. Everybody has got different aspirations, different expectations, and different goals. A leader brings forward all those together, where everybody is allowed to practice their uniqueness also, and still they are united for a common goal. So that is the only leadership style which is long-term and sustainable, which can bear fruit for everyone, especially in the organization setup.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Mukul Jain. My question is like what the Deepti ji was referring about reverse mentoring. So we understand that reverse mentoring is more for technology solutions from people who are, say, 5 years of experience, as you said. So is it apart from technology, what kind of reverse mentoring? Please give us more examples and case studies.
Yeah, so it is nothing to, as I said, nothing to do with software at all, nothing to do with business at all. It is totally for a people perspective. As I said and mentioned it rightly, like you have top layer in the organization, right? And then they come with a certain set of experience, right? And then if I have to say go out and I have to see young blood is coming in, yeah. So there are lot many things like VUCA world, social media, employer branding. Just giving you an example from a HR standpoint. Of course, from branding standpoint, how marketing has to use the logo. This should be there, that should be there. We being into this particular league might not be knowing how to use this particular terms exactly. So these guys comes in and there's a proper module which we run it for 3 days. It is called it has gone as one of the best practice in India. So from our organization, so what we do generally is we give an opportunity. The criteria is, of course, the person should be there in the organization for 2-3 years, or their performance rating should be good, and then there's a process start, right? And they make sure that they create case studies. They make sure to check what level we are in. So they put the questions and then we reply back. So it is just happening between 3 to 6 guys, not more than that. And once I reply, say, on the question whatever is there, we write it, we write our answers, we get to know where we are. Sometime we score 20 out of 100, sometime we score 40 out of 100, or sometime, yeah, 50-50. So based on that, they start guiding us. And it is not on presentation. So what they do is they take us on the floor and how they are utilizing, how they are working with other fields, And that is how we learn. It's an on-the-job learning, which we do. And what we make sure that in a week, we spend 3 hours on this particular initiative. This is what we do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so
Super.
time's up. So what we can do, we'll step out and you can ask the questions. Sorry about that, because we need to be mindful for our next, session. So thank you so much for having us here. I wish I could have spoken more time with you guys and continue to build your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, with that, we come to an end of our panel discussions for the day. We now have a standalone session, let's say. Now, this is on well-being, on creativity, and also on leadership, but through music. And to perform, to take us onto that journey, please join me in welcoming on stage Miss Sunita Abhayan, violinist and HR practitioner. I believe ma'am's not here. Okay, we just need a couple of minutes to set the stage up for ma'am. Till then, can you please play one of our legacy AVs? And following that, we'll have the awards as well.
I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and deprived.
Hello.
Check. 1, 2, 3, check. Violin mute है ना? Is it mute? Are you ringing the bell for the people to come in? Thanks. And can I know your name? So we just tune up till the people come in. Check. Check. 1, 2, 3, check. Ready.
Hello. Okay, now you've got a glimpse of what's going to happen next. But does anybody know what's going to happen next? Any idea? Yes or no? If no, then it's even better. If you're clueless, then good. You'll enjoy it that much, that means. The next session, it's on Sahakriya, well-being, creativity, and leadership through music by Miss Sunita Bhuya, violinist and HR practitioner. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Aditya. Thank you so much. Can we have the Tanpura, please? Thanks. Are more people coming in? Great. You know, the first thing about a performer or an artist is that you're very greedy for the seats to be full. So, well, that gives us the best inspiration. Vakratunda Mahakaya Surya Koti Samaprabha Gurme Deva Sarvakareshu Sarva Sanida Nirigama Parega Sa. A very good evening to all of you. It's a pleasure and honor to be part of the Businessworld's Excellence Awards and People Development Strategy Summit. Of course, it was very quick, Talish, that I did see my name in the brochure this morning. And so whoever I met, I said, well, it's a wildcard entry, so I don't think my name is there. But one of your colleagues came and showed me the name on the brochure. My name is Sunita Bhuya, as RMC mentioned, and I'm very much an HR practitioner like all of you over the years. However, my tool of training and learning is through the medium of music. So this is a violin, of course, all of you know, and I call it my weapon of choice. Though when I started learning it, when I was 8 years old, it wasn't a choice. My mother is the violinist, first Indian women violinist who took the violin to the Northeast, to Assam. So I think I would like a round of applause for women movers and shakers who have done broken myths in their times, years and years back, because of which a lot of men and women like us get the opportunity and access to stages like this. Music, apart from being a great entertaining platform, has got two profound benefits in the mind and body. First, music travels to the source and reaches the brain of the listener. And as soon as you start hearing a piece of music, our brain sends signals to different parts of the body. It's almost like, hey, I think we like what we're seeing. Why don't we calm down? And that's when our body starts producing the feel-good hormones of endorphins and the hormone of pleasure, dopamine. And this is the context of music therapy. And why are we doing this session in this very critical conference is that it's a huge learning enhancement tool. It's a great way to actually get the hormones of endorphins and dopamine in your body, which helps you feel good, feel better, feel relaxed. And my dear friends, happiness is not intangible. It's a scientific process that happens in our body. And along with these two hormones, if we can also activate two other hormones, which is serotonin and oxytocin, love, care, nurturing, that gives us 4 powerful hormones in our body, which will make us feel young. And I'm telling you, it can arrest all the signs of aging like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's. Of course, I don't know if it can replace Botox and other proteins, but it can definitely make you feel great. And these are the 4 hormones that we play with as artists. Well, why do we teach music in Harvard, Stanford, and all the premier institutes across the world as a medium for creativity? Well, it's not just Harvard and Stanford. In India, the first ever music-led course on leadership was designed last year in the Indian Institute of Management, Shillong, where I come from, the Northeast, where I was born in Assam. Well, it was designed by yours truly. And let me tell you, how do we create music and how does it connect us towards creativity? So music is composed of 7 notes. Sa, re, ga, ma, pa, da, ni, sa, sa, ga, pa, ma, ga, re, sa. Sur, melody, and rhythm. Ek theka bajaye. And rhythm and melody together create the world of music. And these 2 components operate on a platform which is called the platform of the 7 notes, the octave. Sa, re, ga, ma, pa, da, ni. Now, how do we create music with these 7 notes? Can you imagine just 7 notes and all the music in the world, whether it's Hollywood, Bollywood, rock, jazz, reggae, is created out of these 7 notes. Hundreds and thousands of compositions are created of these 7 notes. Sa, re, ga, pa, ma, ga, re, ga, pa, ma, ga. It's a rag. It's a domains world, right? If you give these compositions to a guru in Indian music, he or she would create a rag. Ga, pa, da, ni, sa, ni, da, ni, da, pa, ma, ga, re, ga, pa, ma, ga, ma, re, sa, re, sa, rag balawal. What if you give these notes to a director in Bollywood, a music director? He or she would create a song. वो तो राग नहीं बनाएंगे, उसका domain ही है. Love songs बनाना, romantic songs, songs and melodies as per the scene and as per the story and the plot of the film. So let's see what we can create out of this rag, what kind of song. Sa, re, ga, pa, ma, ga, re, ga, pa, ma, ga, sa, pa, ma, re, ma, ga, sa, pa, ma, re, ga, ma, ga, sa, ni, sa, re. Can you guess the song? Re, ga, ma, ga, kya ye bole, janu na, jiya dole, hole, hole, kyun ye dole, janu na. So what you hear are the lyrics, what you see are the visuals, but what lies beneath are the 7 notes, much like the values and the foundations of life. What you see is success and dynamism, but what lies beneath are the values of leadership. So this was, you can clap if you want. Well, let's never stop to inspire. Now, this is not for us. We keep playing, come what may, the show goes on. But when it comes to recognition, like music, we immediately recognize and appreciate a beautiful piece in leadership and team management. We've got to immediately appreciate when we see great work being done by someone in your team, because they say the best way to get the best performance is to be able to appreciate. Now, this was a beautiful song created with a lot of context. What about a song in the club, in the cabaret? Does that have 7 notes? Sappa, da ni sa ni da sappa, da ni sa ni da pa, very Western. Re ga ma pa re, ga ma pa ma ga pa re, ga ma ga pa ga re sa. Which song is it? गाना को गा के बताना पड़ेगा. 1, 2, 3, start. नहीं नहीं बातें, ये बातें पुरानी, कैसी पहेली है ये, कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी. Padhani sa sari pama 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 padhani ni pani re ni sa. Rag Bilawal continues here also. We don't lose sight of what we learned in our early days, whether it's life values or our education. 3. Well, these two songs were were beautifully made with a context. But one is a cabaret, one is a love song. What this proves is that the best lesson of inclusion are the 7 notes. There is no class or mass in music, whether it's a hymn in the church, a bhajan in the temple, a Sufi kalam in the mosque, or a shabad in the Gurudwara. It's just 7 notes. And hundreds and thousands and millions and trillions of compositions by different artists, singers from different countries and different beats and rhythms and languages, just 7 notes. That's why they say, what do we need in businesses today? What do we need out of our lives? We need to create more with what we have, right? How do we create more with less? Music teaches us that lesson. If we can be passionate, be creative, understand the construct and the technique, if our domain is deeper, wider the depth. When I asked my mother, when can I stop playing Rag Bilawal? You just heard 3 versions of Bilawal, a basic rag of Indian classical music. She said, you don't stop playing a rag. You keep developing it. You keep playing it at different stages of your life. You keep rediscovering various facets. You recreate, you innovate, you recompose. And that's when you learn different faces, nuances, colors, facets of the same rag. And that's what creativity is. In our own sphere, we can't get a great inspirational eureka moment all the time. With what we have, our scope of work, our job, our life, we can be creative. Hence, music is taught in colleges and institutions, and hopefully in the boardrooms and training rooms, the elements of music to teach us creativity. Now, these 2-3 songs were very, very beautifully made. Even the Tapori song, I've come from Bombay, we say the street song where we don't want our children to hear them. Even that has 7 notes. 2, 3, 4. It's a very big hit song, but none of our gurus would like us to sing the song, okay? Re ga re sa 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 re ni 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 sa 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 re ga re sa 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 re ni 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 sa 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 ma 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 sa sa ma 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 pa da pa ma ma pa ma ga ma ga re ga re sa re sa 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 ni sa na tu na tu na tu na tu na tu sa sa ni sa re ga re sa 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 ni sa re sa 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 Well, like to share with you that I have never met Deepak ji. A round of applause for Deepak Kumar. I'd never met him before today, but because our regular tabla player was not available, so he came to join us. His bravery that he can face an audience like this, his strength, and the reason that he could do it is not just because Deepak and I are great musicians. It's the power of the knowledge system of music, the technique, the depth of the domain. जो गुरु शिष्य परंपरा से उन्होंने सीखा है, that was learned in the same technique. And how can we align that to the need of the hour? So that's the concept of deeper the depth, wider the expertise. Well, we move on. I had 15 minutes, but I don't see a timer here, but I think I have 5 more minutes left. When we talk about coming together, there's a lot that we can learn from the orchestra as a metaphor. And Sahakriya is about coming together of different elements that create one sound, but all kinds of different elements create an orchestra. Wind, strings, drums, the sound, the stage, the audience. Zara Tanpura, come kijiye, please. One level, come kijiye. Well, I'm going to play for you a very, very original Western classical symphony. Am I trained in Western classical? I'm not. Am I shy to play Western classical? I'm not. Because it doesn't matter what community we come from, what language we speak, our intent to work with each other, our intent to understand each other's song, our thoughts, our emotions, our intent to help each other is what creates the actual culture of just not music, but also business. So this is a Mozart piece. And my son, who's a Western classical pianist in London, says, Mom, why do you spoil these Western pieces with your style? I said, well, when Russians speak English in their accent, when the Scottish speak English in their accent, we don't say it's their style. But when we Indians speak English with our Indian accent, we say we have an accent, but that's our own roots. But the idea is to help each other and communicate with each other. So I have all the right to play Mozart because the 7 notes are owned by everyone. Is kindness owned by anyone? Is love owned by any community, any religion, any culture, any country? No, love is universal. Humanity is universal. And so is music. Let's see if you can know this Mozart piece. Sa, ni, sa, re, ga, re, ga, pa, ma, ga, re, sa, ni, sa, re, ga, re, ga, pa, ma, ga, re, sa, ni, da, pa, ma, da, pa, ma, ga, re, ma, ma, ga, re, sa, ni, sa. It's a Titan ads song, okay? I'm going to play Mozart in a very traditional Indian classically trained style. I'll try my best to make it neutral, but that's as far as I can get. And the same Mozart turns into Rag Bilawal again, because the world is one. Din din dada, 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 din din dada. Thank you. So, what does the art of collaboration tell us? Why do we say it's an art to be in a partnership, any kind, personal, professional, spiritual? Both the entities have to feel loved and important and essential to the entire partnership, which means each one's entity has to be maintained, their identity, their DNA, their ethos, what they stand for. Both the entities have to be able to express themselves as the best version of themselves. Hence, they say it's an art to be able to collaborate. In an orchestra, we've got to be in partnership with each other. I've got to know what the strengths of Deepak are on the tabla and build on them instead of showing what his weaknesses are. Hence, the art of partnership says we know each other very well. We've got to build that relationship. We've got to work with each other's strengths. Only then can we have the best synergy out of that partnership. Hence, Sahakriya means coming together of different elements, challenging each other, working with the best. That was the Mozart and Bilawal was an example of collaboration. Would like to end the session with the concept of the world is one. No matter which culture we belong to, it's about helping each other, ensuring our offerings are being presented in the best format, and people would like to communicate with us to get to know more and to learn from us. Hence, whether it's an Assamese folk piece or a Scottish reel, the same 7 notes. Hence, they say music is universal and the best lesson to build cultures, for cultures to come together, to build bridges and to build partnerships. So this is a song to say, let spring be always there. And with the same 7 notes, I can move on to a Scottish reel, unheard of, but the same Scottish tunes of Scotland and the notes of Assamese folk are the same, like I started Saregama. Let there be love and kindness even whilst doing business. Only then can we get the best version of people. I had heard so many leaders talk about coaching, development, learning, but they kept talking, the people who are here, the speakers kept talking about ensuring that the people are at the core and they are kind and appreciative and always look at their best interests. Nodali oi bholuka patharaloi halile kaka. My body swing towards the river. Let that the spring is coming, and the boy thinks that she's swaying towards him. And the boy says, Nui kahuria o senai kabolu yunu jure nohoinu pete bhorar bhat. I'm a very small farmer on the banks of the river. I don't have enough to take you home. It's a double clap. 1, 2, 3, 4. Noi kahurio senai kabolo yunu juhure kabolo yunu juhure nohoi nu pete bhorar bhat monore dapuno to senai sabolo yuna pahalu sabolo yuna pahalu na pahalu khapuna tu na pahalu khapuna The Scottish reel, 1, 2. Thank you. Thank you to Business World, to Dr. Anurag Batra, to Taliz and the entire team, and to one of our greatest enablers today, whom sometimes we don't see all the time in the forefront, but a sound team of Kunalji and the team. Round of applause for them for doing our sound checks in just 20, 25 minutes. And over to our MC, to Aditya, to take it forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. I think we can once again give her and her art a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. And of course, to sir as well. Thank you. A couple of minutes while, of course, we have the stage ready for the awards ceremony, and then we shall begin with the awards as well. Okay. Moving forward from those discussions that we witnessed in the afternoon, of course, to this beautiful performance that leads us now to the awards ceremony. My name is Aditya Malik, and once again, it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome all of you to the inaugural BW People Exceptional Managers Awards ceremony. Today's awards ceremony is being streamed live across all Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwpeople.in. Please join in the celebrations of the evening by using the hashtag I am exceptional. I would once again like to thank our partners for today, our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanly Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz Impact, Weekly Magazine, and also Pitch. And you know, when we talk of awards, there's always a list, there are various categories, and when when we receive your nomination, and of course, many others like you who apply for these awards, it becomes really, really difficult for all our jury members to choose as to who should make it to that list on that specific day or not. Of course, हम लोग ऐसा मानते हैं that if you're already applying for these awards, you consider you are a winner, that you're applying for them. But of course, a list is a list. Awards are awards, ranks are ranks. You have to give them. And what exactly happens in that jury process from the time that you nominate yourselves to this list that I get 2 minutes before? That's also to the team. Thoda jaldi diya karo. So I also read the names before. Yeah. We just want to give you a glimpse of the entire jury process. So can you please have the jury AV once?
It was a privilege for me to be part of esteemed jury of Businessworld People Exceptional Manager Awards, a great initiative by Businessworld under the able leadership of Mr. Anurag Batra. It was a pleasure to interact with some of the bright minds, passionate individuals with confidence and great conviction. I'll take this opportunity to congratulate the winners. They are the people who have to shape our country's future. And I'm confident they will contribute in taking this country to much greater heights.
My congratulations to all those who are receiving this prestigious award today, as well as all those who were nominated for this award. I feel enriched meeting you all and learning about the path-breaking work that you all are doing. My congratulations and best wishes to each one of you. May you soar high and do your country proud. God bless.
I have been on the jury of BW Exceptional Managers. I must tell you that it has been a great experience. I've been part of BW past series. It has been always great to be part of BW as panelist, as jury. I wish really lot of success to all the nominations, all these people who have won the award. It's been a great experience to witness the passion, the excitement people carried while they were talking about their achievements, while they were presenting themselves. I really wish success to BW for a lot of upcoming events for them. Thank you for having me on the board.
As jury member at Businessworld People Exceptional Managers Award, I got to listen to elevated pitches of close to 75 participants from various industries. I must say that we received exceptional entries, making our task very challenging. I wish all the winners all the best and success in their careers. Thank you.
As a jury member, our task was made very difficult by the sheer quality of the applications that we received, which showcased a great deal of talent and dedication. It has been a truly humbling experience, I must admit that, and extremely exhausting too. We received over 200 nominations, out of which 67 candidates actually presented to us on that day. The chosen 30 embody qualities of excellence, impact, inspiration, and innovation. Let's honor their contribution and draw inspiration from their journey. Wishing the winners all the best.
It was an honor for me to serve on the jury panel for Businessworld Exceptional Manager Awards 2024. The caliber of applications that we have received this year was truly impressive, showcasing diverse range of phenomenal leaders driving positive change in their roles and the industry. Selecting these winners was really a difficult task and a challenging task for all the jury members because we have our own share of thoughts, inputs, and we have gone into multiple discussions before finalizing the winners. I commend all the nominees for their exceptional contribution and my heartfelt congratulations to the well-deserving winners this year. All the very best.
Thank you to all the nominees for sharing their journey and stories. I was positively wowed by the passion and drive that reverberated in each of the pitches. Something that stood out for me was that the aspirations were not confined to the environment where the nominees were operating in. And if not all, most were willing to take up challenges. My heartiest congratulations to all the winners. I hope this award acts as a catalyst to the great work that you're doing. Thank you, BW people, for making me a part of this event. Best wishes.
Can we have a big round of applause for our jury members, please? Thank you. Today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Businessworld platforms, including the social media channels and also on www.bwpeople.in. A humble request to all the winners, once you've received your award, we request you to step down and proceed to stage left to get your picture individual, and then also stay back till the very end for a group picture. Both of them will be used for the magazine and also for the digital world as well. And now time to reveal the winners of the inaugural BW People Exceptional Managers Awards ceremony. And to present awards to our first set of winners, may I please invite on stage Mr. Talis Rizvi, Director, BW People, and also BWCF World. Joining sir is Mr. Sudeep Verma, Chief Enabler, We Gain World, and joining them is Mr. Vikas Koka, CHRO, Sharda Motor Industries. Please. Vikas. Okay. So categories and of course the winners, etc. They're all in the form of a navy, and then we'll also of course announce the same. The first one, please. Can we have that? Anil Jain, Manager, GMR Group Exceptional, Admin Manager. For Mr. Jain, please, everybody. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next one, please. Sudhir Gangala, Deputy Head of CRM Aliens Group, Exceptional Customer Services Manager. For him, please, everybody. Congratulations. A humble request to all our audience members, because eventually you'll also come up here at some point of time to receive your award. And of course, eventually all of you come from the same domain, the same umbrella of professional world. So जब भी मौका मिले, जिसके लिए भी, just please give them the round of applause that they deserve here. Just a request. Our next category, I'll also keep announcing it. Of course, it'll also be shown here. It's Exceptional Finance Manager. The AV, please. Vaibhav Chauhan, Finance Lead India, Prodivary Consulting. Vaibhav, please. Congratulations. The same category is Exceptional Finance Manager. The next AV, please. Ronit Datta, Director, Head of Deal Evaluation and Pricing, America's HCL Tech. Ronit. Congratulations. Winners, please don't forget your individual picture and then also the group picture in the end. Once again, it's for Exceptional Finance Manager. The next one, please. Karishma Sinha, Vice President and Head of Business Planning, India First Life Insurance. Karishma, please, everybody. Congratulations. From Finance Manager, now let's move towards Exceptional HR Manager. The AV, please. Rocky Dave, Assistant Vice President, Human Resources, HDFC Argo General Insurance. Congratulations. Congratulations. We'll continue with the HR Manager category. The next one, please. Nalin Reddy, Director, People, Product and Analytics, Flipkart. Congratulations, Nalin. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Sudeep ji, for helping us with the award. Everybody wants to serve, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. I please request Mr. Abhay Kapoor, Head HR and Administration, Suzuki Motor Gujarat, and also Mr. Harshvardhan, CEO of BW Security World, to please join us on the stage and present awards to next set of winners. Please, let's welcome them, everybody. Moving ahead, the journey with HR managers continue. The next one, please. Jamin Anthony, Vice President, HR, ISAB India Limited. Congratulations, sir. Please. Moving ahead, once again, it's for an exceptional HR manager. Vinay Kaushik Trivedi, Global Head, Human Resources and Admin, Therapy. For him, please. Congratulations. Okay, moving ahead, we continue with exceptional HR managers. And the next one, please. Roswaraj SK, Senior Principal Employee Experience, Infosys. For him, please, everybody. Exceptional HR manager. Congratulations. We now move on to exceptional marketing manager. And the next AV, please. Suraj Balakrishnan, Head of Marketing, ASA, India. For Suraj, please, everybody. Congratulations. It's now time for exceptional operations manager. Please. Amit Danankara, Managing Director and member of the board, Innoplexis Consulting Services Private Limited. Amit, everybody. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you so much. Vida, thank you so much, Mr. Kapoor and Mr. Vardhan. Thank you so much. Everybody once for them, please, for helping us with the awards. And please join me in welcoming our next presenters, Ms. Nida Khanama, HR Director, Greater India, Sokomik Group. Joining her is Mr. Pradeep Hadgaunkar, Country Head, HR, Hitachi, Astamo. Moving ahead, next is once again Operations Manager. Exceptional, of course. Please. V.S. Rawat, AVP, Acums Drugs and Pharmaceuticals. Congratulations, sir. Next one, fairly important, exceptional sales manager. Maybe, please. Somidata Strategy Director, Head Sales, Give Grants, Give. That's Tali's asking for some sales tips. You can clearly make that out. So, ma'am, please, everybody. Congratulations. Moving ahead, once again, Talis, you can ask the next one also because that's also for sales. The next winner is exceptional sales manager. Please. Amit Kumar Saxena, Demand Head, Battery Smart. Everybody wants for Amit, please. Congratulations. Winners, please don't forget your individual picture and then also a group picture in the end. Next is Tech Innovator of the Year. Please. Gaurav Tripathi, co-founder and group CTO in Plexus Consulting Services Private Limited. Gaurav, please, everybody. The Tech Innovator of the Year. Congratulations. Just to let you know, ये वाला ठीक चल रहा है. यहाँ पहला टेबल ठीक चल रहा है. For all our friends on that side, please, you can also, sort of celebrate with the winners. Just saying. The rest is up to you. हालांकि ये एक तरीका ही था कहने का कि जब मौका मिले ताली बजा दिया करिए. Thank you, sir. Moving ahead, next, Women Exceptional Manager of the Year. Shefali Bajpai, Director, Impact Hub, the Nudge Institute. For Shefali, please, everybody. Congratulations. Moving ahead again, it's Women Exceptional Manager of the Year. Please. Tanushree Bhattacharya, Senior Director, Partnership and Alliances, Battery Smart. Tanushree, please. Congratulations. Once again, it's time for Women Exceptional Manager of the Year. And the winner this time, please. Dr. Sanika Pire, Vice President, Strategic Partnerships, and Plexus Consulting Services, Private Limited. Everybody for, ma'am, please, for Doctor. Congratulations. The next, sir, is the youngest manager of the year. Probably after you. Yeah. Please, the winner. Arushi gets her brand manager, Bisleri Vedika, Bisleri. The youngest, everybody. Congratulations. Thank you so much, So and ma'am, for helping us. Thank you. Once for them, please, for helping us with the awards. Thank you. Thank you so much. May I please request Mr. Seema Rekha, MD Antarman, and also Mr. Ved Shukla, founder and CEO Milomart, and advisor to BW Retail World, to please join us on the stage for our next set of awards. Let's welcome them. Thank you. Moving ahead, it is again the youngest manager of the year. Ramal Gupta, Senior Manager, People and Culture, Radiance Technology Solutions, part of Omnicom Group. Congratulations. Again, it's the youngest manager of the year. Please. Ayush Bagmar, Associate Director and Business Head, Partnerships and Insurance Eco. For Ayush, everybody, the youngest manager of the year. Congratulations. Our next category is Exceptional Manager Award, Legal and Compliance. Please. Madan Mohan KR, Director, Legal and Compliance and member of the Executive Board, Air Liquid Global ENC Solutions, India. So, please, everybody, from the Legal and Compliance Department. Congratulations, sir. Next is Exceptional Compliance Manager. But before that, we request all the winners to please stay back for a group picture. If any of your friends are outside, please make sure they're only outside like of this hall and don't go back home. Yes, the picture. Exceptional Compliance Manager. Winner, please. Rubal Jain, Deputy Vice President Compliance, IIFL Finance Limited. The screen said something else. Don't worry, it's Exceptional Compliance Manager. Rupal, please, everybody. Exceptional Compliance Manager. Congratulations. Moving ahead, Exceptional Supply Chain Manager and the winner. Saurabh Raghuvanshi, Vice President and Head, Lava International Limited. So Saurabh, please, everybody. No, I think you can't do this. If he's down the list, that doesn't mean that we don't give him the love. No? Congratulations, sir. Down to our last two. The next is Exceptional HR Manager again. And the winner, please. Soumya Malai, the HR Head. We have with us Abhinav Joshi, Senior Manager. to receive the award on behalf of Soumya. For Soumya and for Abhinav, please. He is receiving the award on behalf of his team member. Congratulations. And the last one, it's Exceptional Information Technology Manager. And the winner, please. Dr. Raj Mohan C, Director, Delivery Leader, Kindrel, Vyavadas Pankaj Joshi, the Senior Delivery Leader to receive the award. Congratulations, Pankaj, and also to Dr. Raj. With that, we come to an end of the awards ceremony. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, Vedji, for helping us with the awards. एक बार इनके लिए जोरदार तालियां. Also for Talis, who's now going to give us some sales tip that he learned from the winners. Yes, may I please request all the winners and the presenters to please join us on the stage for a group picture. Winners, please bring your trophies only. Aye. We'll have the first picture with the presenters and then next only with the winners. Please. Members of the BW Business World team, if you find any of the winners outside, please request them to come inside for a group picture. Please, come. You can come to the stage. You can do your individual phones first, wherever they are, and then we'll focus on one. This is in the Mumbai airport for once. The outside of it, no? Okay, now the center camera, please. Please wait. One with the winners only now. Thank you so much to all the presenters. Thank you. Winners only now, please. Done. Thank you. Thank you so much. Congratulations to all of you. Tea and coffee served outside. Have a good evening.